All right. So is Sarah Bartlett in attendance today?
I am here.
Thank you, Sarah. How about Renee Brandon?
Yes, present.
Danielle Pacisco Kogan?
Present.
Robin Hill Dunbar?
Present.
Lena Otherpool? Krista Palmer?
Present.
Dia Miller?
Present.
Jill Ramirez?
Present.
And Chair Bobby Weber?
Present.
All right, thank you very much. So, Bobby, I think we're ready to go. Is there anything else? So before we start, I just want to, if I could just say one thing about technology. Sorry, Bobby, 1 second. These are unusual times. We are holding public meetings virtually during the pandemic, and I want to thank the committee members and also recognize that due to the nature of virtual meetings that and having them take place in our homes and with children who might be around or pets and other going-ons of our homes, that I just want to make sure that the committee members don't feel obligated. It's your choice to be on screen during this meeting, but please at any time, it's not a requirement. So we'll just wanted to make sure that all of you are aware of that, and it is nice to see all of you. So thank you. Okay. And
when I'm having a hard time getting to the applications, when I go in and push the link, it takes me to my Mount Hood emails. So if you could help me with that.
Yes, sure. We worked through some technical challenges with that earlier today. So we do have our team members were prepared to kind of address this. So Angela or Kelly, if you could send an email to Anthony and include Jill's email address so that they can get that technicality worked out. It seems to be a quick fix.
This is Dana. Anthony just went ahead and added that link to the chat box. So if everybody wanted to direct your attention to the chat box, let's go ahead and try that, see if it works.
Yeah, he said it earlier. Worked for me, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of information to get there. Kind of overwhelming when you arrive.
Thank you, that works.
Okay.
That works already.
Okay, great.
Good on my end.
Yeah, go ahead. Someone was speaking. Was someone speaking? Okay, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting somebody. So I'm the chair of this committee, and so along with Wynn, who is moderating it, I would like to welcome committee members and anybody else who is joining us in these deliberations. So the agenda is relatively straightforward. We are going to do an overview so that everybody has the same understanding of the process and some of the statements that we as a committee have shared and that are guiding us in this work. And there'll be a review of the entire process from the beginning when the RFA was announced up through the steps even beyond today. So that there'll be a completely, hopefully everybody will be on the same page and understanding what's happened and what will be happening. The staff will then brief us, and we will then get into the actual process, and we will be going through the applications by hub area. And they've already, as you will learn in detail, they've already been reviewed multiple times, but now we will be building on that work and actually moving the process forward. So I think there'll be some breaks, and then we will work until 3 o'clock this afternoon and hopefully be done by then. I think that might be a little optimistic, but maybe it'll be easier than it feels at this moment. And we will then end the day with talking about what comes next. So does anybody want to add anything about the agenda before we move into introductions? Okay. Well then, I think the easiest, it's so hard on Zoom meeting or electronic meetings of any kind to know when to speak. So I think I will start and call names, and then ask people to introduce themselves, members of the committee. And I'm going to just go, I'll do members of the committee and then staff, I think. That's how we did it before, so I just don't do that. And I'm going to go by your picture so that you'll know when your turn's coming up. How's that? And for those of you who've chosen to not be on screen, we'll just pick you up after we get through the pictures. So Renee?
Good morning, Renee Brandon, Director of the Southern Oregon Early Learning Services Hub, serving Jackson and Josephine County.
Welcome. Robin Hill. Robin?
Hi, I'm Robin Hill Dunbar from the Ford Family Foundation.
Jill?
I'm Jill Ramirez, and I work in Southern Oregon as a quality improvement specialist, and we service Jackson, Josephine County. I also work with Care Connections in Education, and I work in the Klamath County area. And I'm bilingual.
That's a gift. Okay, Sarah?
Hello, good morning. My name is Sarah Bartlett, and I am here as a parent leader.
Welcome. So I think we're done with pictures. Carissa, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Carissa, and I'm an education coordinator for Albina Head Start.
Welcome. And let me see. Hadia?
I'm Hadia Miller. I work at the Child Care Resource Center for Multnomah County as network coordinator for the African American Family Child Care Providers, as well as an early childhood consultant.
Welcome. So who am I missing on the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, Danielle.
Hi.
Would you please yourself?
No problem. Hi, I'm Danielle Pacifico Kogan, and I provide strategic advice on communications and community engagement as a consultant, and I'm a former early childhood advocate.
Wonderful. Okay. Is there any other committee member who has not introduced themselves yet? Great. Well, welcome. So let's do the same thing and go across the window. Come first.
Good morning. I'm Gwen Baxel, the Early Learning Programs Director at the Early Learning Division.
Angela?
Good morning. I'm Angela Stinson, and I'm the Communication and Engagement Coordinator for the Program Unit at the Early Learning Division.
Andy?
Good morning. I'm Andy Bales-Molnar. Hi. Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. Andy Bales-Molnar. I work on the program team of Preschool Improvement Specialist and a manager with the Head Start Collab office.
Dana?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dana Young, and I'm the Preschool Promise Program Manager for the Early Learning Division. Thank you.
Okay, and I am not sure which other staff are here. So
yeah,
staff. Okay. Other staff, please introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Kelly Taylor, and I am the work person for the program. So if you need anything, please feel free to let me know.
Thank you. That was hard to hear, Kelly. We're having a little trouble with the audio, so that's Kelly Taylor, who is the administrative support for the program unit at the division. I think we have one more member of the team. Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. Anthony Martirano, support staff with the Early Learning Division. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you for getting us to the link, Anthony. That's great. Okay. So, and I'd like to, we won't go through introductions for those who are joining us, but we just want you to know that we're glad you're here, and ask for your patience as we figure out how to do this electronically. And we have done a lot of prep to get us to this point, but I'm guessing we'll still be figuring things out as we move forward. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. My name's Bobby Weber, and I am a researcher, but I started in this field in 1967, and I've done just about every different kind of role, and ended up doing research in early care and education. So, so I think the next thing we need to do is describe the conflict, what a conflict of interest is, and how we are going to deal with it. We'll deal with it every day because we'll be dealing with different parts of the state, and each of us may have conflicts depending what proposals we're looking at. So Gwen, would you take us through what a conflict of interest is and how we're going to deal with it?
Sure, Bobby, thank you. So for public meetings and the work that the review committee is charged with doing, we need any member to disclose a conflict of interest as defined here on the slide by the state rules. And so I'll read through this, and then we will ask each member to identify if they have a conflict of interest with the applicants that we are reviewing today, and we will record that. And a member might have a potential conflict of interest or an actual conflict of interest. And if it's identified that a member has a conflict of interest, then we will ensure that there's an electronic form that needs to be filled out as well. And so we'll be working with the members to get those collected and submitted as part of the materials for this committee. And like Bobby said, we'll be doing this every day, since every day we'll have a new set of applicants to be reviewing. In preparation for this meeting, review committee members, as you can all, as the public can see, we have a wide range of experience, knowledge, expertise in the early care and education sector. And so it's hard in Oregon, if you're in this work, to not come into contact with others in this work. So the review committee members indicated that although they might not have conflict or partial conflict of interest as defined in rule, that they might choose to, on some applications or in some hub regions, because of their affiliation with certain entities, that they might choose to abstain from the voting. But that doesn't necessarily constitute that they have an official conflict of interest, but that they requested that they can acknowledge that throughout the day if that's determined, or if they become aware of a potential bias, preference, or whatever from their experience. So just want to, but for this, Bobby, what we'll do is we'll go through kind of the official statement, and which has to do with sort of a financial benefit. So I'm not sure, Dana, if you could go back so I could see the slide and read it. Let's see, I can pull it up myself.
Yeah, just a moment where I'm having some opportunities.
Okay.
Quick.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull that up
Are we
myself.
Yep, we're good. We're back on.
Okay, thanks, because I can pull it up. So I'll read this, and then what I can do, Bobby, is I'll go through sort of all the member list, and the ELD staff will document any conflicts that have been identified. So a potential conflict of interest is including a public official and including participants in this review process is met with a potential conflict of interest when the public official participates in actions that could affect the financial interests of the official's relatives, or a business with which the official or a relative of the official is associated. Individuals with a potential conflict of interest may participate in the review process after declaring the potential conflict. The disclosure must be stated publicly at the meeting and recorded in the committee's minutes. Independent reviewers must attest by written declaration, independent reviewers and committee members, I should say, must attest by written declaration that no potential or actual conflict exists regarding the application for which they are reviewing. And then actual conflict of interest exists when a public official participates in actions that would affect the financial interests of the official's relatives, or business with which the official or a relative of the official is associated. Those with an actual conflict of interest regarding matters before this review process may not participate. So that would mean that if you do have an actual conflict of interest, you would not be able to participate in the voting and the motions associated with that entity. So
when we discussed it in preparatory meetings, that so if you live and work in a geographic area, so you might know the providers, you don't have a financial interest, so you don't have either a potential or an actual, but you may decide that those ties are so meaningful that you would choose to declare yourself as having a potential conflict. You would still fully participate in all the discussion and share all the information you know about your community, but you would refrain from voting. But you didn't need to do that because you didn't have a financial interest. And that was really helpful to me when we made it concrete. Was I accurate in my memory of the conversation we had?
Yes, I think the one thing I would clarify on that is if someone does have a potential or actual conflict of interest in alignment with the definitions provided here, then that does need to be recorded officially, and we would need to address that in the voting process. But if it is, I have a lot of knowledge of this provider, I have a lot of knowledge about the community, that is why we've selected individuals from different regions of the state who have experience working with providers and work in the early care and education sector. So that is where we really want your expertise, but you would not be allowed to vote if it's an actual conflict of interest.
I have a quick question for you. With this, with having a child part of the Preschool Promise program, would that be considered a conflict of interest?
I would think that if potentially, Sarah, and that would be when we're reviewing either if the provider where your child receives services, where you might want to declare that you know that as a beneficiary of the services of that provider, that you might want to make an official declaration of a potential or actual conflict of interest.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
And because we will be reviewing, oh, go ahead. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, I was going to ask, were there any more clarifying questions? Because that was very helpful, Sarah.
No, there's no other questions. I just wanted to that clarification just to make sure where to have it as I was reading this.
Bobby, if I could just add one more thing. Because of the volume of applications and it's sometimes, and what we found when we were reviewing applications, that sometimes the names that a provider uses, their business name might be different than maybe a name that is used in the community to identify that agency or that provider. So it might be that that you might not recognize until we're kind of in it, that oh no, maybe I do actually have a potential conflict of interest that I didn't recognize earlier in the day. And so I just want to provide the committee with the opportunity, and Bobby, that if at any time during conversation that if somebody recognizes that they might have an actual or potential conflict of interest, that we would then, please committee members, let us know. We'll pause and we'll record that and then continue on with our discussion.
Thank you. So if there's at this point at which you want to do conflicts of interest for the geographic areas of today, or do you want to do that later in the meeting?
And no, Bobby, if we could do that now, and if Dana could read off the areas that we are doing today, just for the record, and then what I can do is go through the list of committee members, and we will record if there's any conflict, potential or actual conflict of interest for today.
Okay. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and start with Yamhill Early Learning Hub. Do you have any conflict of interest in Yamhill?
And Dana, you know what? Let's do it as a group. Sorry, just for time, if that's okay. So if you can read through all of them, I'm sorry, and then they can identify which ones they might have a conflict with. Thank you.
No worries. So we have Yamhill Early Learning Hub, South Coast Regional Early Learning Hub, Frontier Early Learning Hub, Tribal Nations, Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub, Early Learning Hub of Central Oregon, Four Rivers Early Learning Hub.
So Bobby, what I'll do at this time, if it's all right with Chair, that I'll go through the roll call and identify them. So Sarah Bartlett, any potential or actual conflict of interest today?
With that region, no.
Thank you, Sarah. Renee Brandon?
No, not for me.
Thank you. Danielle Pacifico Kogan?
No conflict.
Robin Hill Dunbar?
No conflict, but I'm going to abstain from voting on Bay Area Hospital, as Ford Family has an active grant with that applicant. So I'll be a part of the discussion, but not a voter.
Thank you, Robin. Teresa Palmer? Here. Oh, you know what? She might have had to step out. She said she had an appointment, so she might be joining us a little later. We'll check in. So ELD team, if we can make a point to check back in with her when she rejoins. Thank you. Hadia Miller?
No conflict.
Thanks, Hadia. Jill Ramirez?
No conflict.
Bobby Weber?
No conflicts.
And I just want to check, when we did roll call earlier, Delina Otherbull was not present, but I wanted to check to see if she has arrived and if she had any conflicts. She's still not there. Okay. All right. Well, then, Bobby, we have recorded any potential or actual conflicts of interest for today, and then we'll just make a note that we need to check in with Carissa when she rejoins us.
Hi, Gwen. This is Carissa. There is no conflict.
Oh, great. Hi, Carissa. Okay.
That's great.
I wasn't sure if you had to step out. Thanks.
One less thing to have to remember. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, Gwen, did we receive any public testimony?
Hi, Bob.
Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, at this point, we do not have any public comments, but for any members of the public listening, you're still welcome to submit something for tomorrow or Friday's meeting. And that email address is Angela, ANGELA.Stinson, STINSON @ode.state.or.us. Thank you.
And that email address is also listed on the website. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. All right. So now we're at the point where we're going to over the whole process, and Dana is going to walk us through from beginning to end.
Alrighty. Well, thank you
And
all.
Bobby, I'm sorry. I should have asked when we were reviewing the agenda. There is a something that I've been asked to share from the Early Learning Division with the Review Committee. If it's in regard to the forecast that is expected to be either coming out anytime, and just some guidance for this committee as we're working through, if that's okay with you, Chair. Is that okay? So this morning, the state revenue forecast will be released, predicting the revenue that the state is expected to generate. That will go both toward the general fund and the new corporate activities tax that funds the Student Success Act, which, as all of you know, is the funding that is providing the opportunity for expansion of our Preschool Promise program. This is the first forecast since the pandemic started. The fact remains that though this provides us with more information, no one yet knows what cuts may occur to the state budget and how that will affect programming at the Early Learning Division. What we do know for sure is that early learning programs are imperative for ensuring children and families can thrive, and now more than ever, these programs are vital. So the best we can do is keep moving forward and adapt and overcome as more information about what direction the governor and legislature will take in light of whatever the forecast says today. All of you are incredibly important leaders at this time, and we appreciate you joining us to move this work forward. We won't know anything concrete for at least several weeks, so leading together through this ambiguity will be important, and the work you've done and that you're doing today will help inform how we adapt no matter what the outcome is. So thank you. I know that that might be a bit of a distraction for us today, so just wanted to thank you for your commitment and know that, like, regardless of that, we have some work ahead of us over the next couple of days. So thank you. And thank you, Bobby, for allowing me to share that.
Thank you. I'm sure everybody has been asking that question, Gwen, so it's nice that you addressed it. Okay, Dana, take us away.
Alrighty, we're going to take it away. Bobby, if I may ask a question, do you want to go over that review committee share statement? These were some statements that we were able to go ahead and put together. Do you want to do that right now, or do we do that a little bit later on when we get into the work sessions?
I had written a note to be sure that we did it, but it's not. I think we could do it any time. Why don't you describe the process? Because then I think that that the statement's going to make more sense.
Perfect. Sounds great.
After we go through the process, then those values that the committee shares will have a context.
Awesome. Alrighty, well, go ahead and take it away. So once again, my name is Dana Young, the Preschool Promise Program Manager. So we're going to go ahead and break my presentation into different phases. Phase 1 is really dedicated into just giving all of the attendees just kind of where we started and how did we get here. And then the second part of the presentation will be just diving into each of the work, each of the hubs, and just making some recommendations. So let me go ahead and get started here. So some of the key terms that I want us to go ahead and just keep in mind as I'm talking. RFA, what I mean by that is the request for application. That is the application. So you'll go ahead and hear the name RFA, and that refers to the Preschool Promise Provider application. Region, as you guys have heard from the beginning of the conversation here, is that we are making determinations or recommendations on each of our hub regions across the state. And that is divided into 16 different regions across the state. Technical assistance, TA, so this is just really what we have planned to go ahead and provide our, selected providers, any kind of technical assistance, either through our early learning hubs or through our child care research and referrals, and here at the early learning division. Slot, that refers to the number of children each of the applicants apply for. So whether it's 4, 6, 80, slot, we refer to it as the number of children that applicants are wanting to go ahead and serve. So we go into what is Preschool Promise, right? So Preschool Promise is a publicly funded program. We serve families at or below the 200% poverty level. With this expansion, we're looking to go ahead and serve up to 3,865 children across the state. We are committed to our mixed delivery. We highly believe that parents should have a choice of where they seek that high quality preschool. So that can be done through an in-home family child care, school districts, center-based. So we'll go ahead and dive into a little bit of that data later on as far as what parents want to see in a Preschool Promise setting. One thing, for going up to the 200% poverty level, most of our publicly funded programs, they go up to the 100% poverty level, maybe even a little bit more up to the 130. So Preschool Promise serves up to the 200% poverty level. So just a little bit of an estimate there. For a family of 4, they can make around $52,000 and still be eligible for Preschool Promise. This is a program available for children 3 and 4. Children are eligible for 2 years, so they can start, at the age of 3 and then continue on to 4 until they are kindergarten age eligible. One thing that has helped a lot of our families across the state, we started a program in September of 2016 in 9 of our hub regions. So a lot of our still remember September 2016 is when we were starting the program, and that helped a lot of families, right? A lot of families who normally would have not had access to free preschool, they were able to enroll. Many of our providers from 2016 are still current providers up until now. One thing when it comes to the families, once a child is eligible, they're eligible for the 2 years, and the family doesn't have to go ahead and present income for that second year. So they're eligible for 2 years, and they don't have to. Once you're in, you're kind of in. And that has helped a lot of our families across the state being able to either go back to school, get a little bit of extra hours at work, and just really find that stable early childhood experience. So Preschool Promise right there. So for RFA Purpose, so for this next program year, we are looking for eligible providers to participate in Preschool Promise. So this will be for our program year 2020-2021. And we are looking for providers that are able to go ahead and follow up and deliver this high quality preschool experience. So we open up in what we call an RFA, a request for application. Within Preschool Promise, we have 2 RFAs that we open. One is to be a provider, and another one is to be a fiscal agent. We'll talk a little bit more about the fiscal agent on Friday. For this next couple of days, we'll solely focus on that provider. So these are providers are wanting to go ahead and serve Preschool Promise children starting in September. As I mentioned, we have Preschool Promise in 9 of our hub regions currently. So all of our current Preschool Promise providers receive an automatic 50 points in their RFA, just as current providers. So that's one thing to know. But we're solely focused right now on that, on the RFA to be a provider. Eligible applicants, as I mentioned, really with Preschool Promise is a mixed delivery. So per HB 2025, eligible applicants were early learning childcare providers, community-based organizations, culturally specific organizations, early learning hubs, education districts, our Head Start partners, OPK partners, tribes, private schools, charter schools, relief nurseries. So as you can see from the slide here, we have a lot of entities that were eligible to go ahead and apply as a Preschool Promise provider. Grant opportunities. So we are looking to go ahead and expand across the state. So this tells you really what we're looking as far as that expansion in each of the hub regions. So in here, if you want to use this for reference, you have this column that shows you which early learning hub we're referring to. What's the current, so that existing amount of slots, and then in addition to that. So you have, for example, Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub. We don't have any Preschool Promise there. We're looking to go ahead and add between 150 to 250 slots. And then we have some regions who are already have Preschool Promise, so we would just add that amount to this amount. So we'll be going into each hub individually later on as we dive into that work as far as what that means for them individually. One thing that in addition to the hubs is that we're going to be looking at our tribal nations. They are their own sovereign nation. So we are kind of adding all of our tribal partners that have applied for Preschool Promise, and they're going to be viewed as their own group when it comes to that selection. So we did within the expansion of Preschool Promise, our hope is that we can go ahead and have between 100, in addition to the 35 that we're currently serving, 150 to 250 children served by our tribal partners. So what are people applying for? What is this RFA that we keep talking about? Like I said, we are looking for providers across the state to be able to apply to be a high quality Preschool Promise program. The grant opportunity is $12,000 per child. That is what we've determined. The grant is from July 1st to June 30th. So $12,000 per child. There is an enhancement if the provider offers transportation. The enhancement is $375. For those who get selected, there's also some funding available for startup funds. So that's going to be for the equipment that they'll need in the classroom and any of that material. And then we're looking to go ahead and provide a lot of professional development and coaching support as they embark in their Preschool Promise journey. Within our provider RFA, we do have a pilot opportunity. This is specifically offered to register family types of providers where there's an additional enhancement for $4,500 should they go into Preschool Promise with a certain criteria. There's a criteria that they have to meet. For them, it's a special type of pilot that we have there. If they decide to add 2 toddler or infant age children within their model. So it is a very specific to register family, and it's only available in certain county regions. But overall, what people are applying for is just a grant opportunity for the $12,000 per child with the additional enhancements. Let me take a look here.
Can I just add to that for a second? This is Gwen. Yeah, so on the pilot, some research that was done a few years back, and some are, I think, very familiar with it around the childcare deserts that are in Oregon, and especially the lack of infant and toddler, the availability of infant and toddler care. And what we recognized in the first round of implementation of Preschool Promise is that some of our providers were choosing to maybe accept more preschool age children with Preschool Promise and reduce how many infant and toddler children they were serving. And so we wanted to take the opportunity with this round of funding with Preschool Promise to ensure that we were not displacing infant and toddler slots. So the additional funds are to support the necessary staffing model for a mixed age group of children in a registered family home in rural communities.
Alrighty, thank you, Gwen. So over the past, so the RFA was released in early February. And within, so one thing that we really wanted to go ahead and ensure is that we really spread the word about this RFA across the state. Just to go ahead and name a few, we really rely on our partners to go ahead and be successful. So our child care resource and referral centers play a critical part in this, early learning hubs. And then we decided to go ahead and make, in our RFA, there's some fiscal stuff that we knew that a lot of our small businesses were going to go ahead and need some assistance with. So we also partner up with a small business development centers across the state. So these were all the 16 small business development centers who were taken through the RFA, and then they offered to go ahead and help some of our applicants. Throughout the state, some of them, you know, we saw different ways, small business development centers, especially with this current crisis that we're dealing with, their time became very limited. But in many of the hub regions, they were able to go ahead and help a lot of our applicants with developing a mission, developing a budget, very in tune with that. So we really try to have that holistic approach with our RFA, you know, ensuring this, you know, our applicants had business technical assistance, either through the Small Business Development Center or other entities within their region that are CCRNRs, and then early learning hubs. And here at the ELD, we did a lot of outreach. Whether it was through our communications department, we're doing lots of Facebook and lots of meetings. As the state, we were able to go ahead and do roadshows across the state to different regions. So these were, you know, hosted by either Gwen or I or Anthony. And we were able to go and be in person and really address some of those questions that that people were having. So lots of roadshows, because we knew, and we really committed to this mixed delivery, is that we knew that our TA needed to be a little bit different and a little bit strategic in that way, that we open up a helpline for all of our applicants. There was a helpline available on like Wednesday evenings, and then on Saturdays, Wednesdays from like 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to noon. So we really try to meet applicants where they were. There's always opportunities. I think that we're learning a lot, so we really try to go ahead and be available. We had a specific line for RFA. We have presentations. In addition to the roadshows that I just mentioned, many of our members were doing off kind of meetings, whether it was providers in Washington County that all gathered together and requested for someone from DLD through their WhatsApp app or something. So there was really a lot of interest. So we tried to be as available. We tried to be available in English and in Spanish. So we were able to do lots of Spanish presentations hosted by me, and being out there and out in the community. Our RFA or language line was offered in multiple languages. Aside from Spanish, we were able to go ahead and tap in that resource. I can go on and on because there was like lots of activities that happened in February and March. So lots of TA, lots of hours spent really with the effort of bringing many of our partners together and other agencies across the state to really just try to meet our applicants where they were. So we connected. There was a lot of outreach, like I said, not just by the early learning division, but by our early learning partners. And as I mentioned, the Small Business Development Center, the Secretary of State, Business Oregon. So we really tried to get it out there. So what did that resulted is, as you can see from your screen there, we ended up, as I mentioned, we're looking for an expansion of 3,865 children. We ended up receiving, to be a provider, 265 preschool promise applications. That resulted in slots requested by 6,073 slots. So lots of people want to be a preschool promise provider. It looks a little bit different in hub regions, so we'll be going into each of the regions. As I mentioned, you know, the application was available in English and in Spanish, and applicants can go ahead and apply in Spanish, which is very new for the state to receive an application in Spanish, and also set up some of those protocols and processes to go ahead and make that successful. So we were able to get 51 of those 265 applications were received in Spanish. They were reviewed. We'll go a little bit into the review process. So this slide just shows you kind of some of that preliminary data that we were able to get once that RFA closed. But this is data that now during the work sessions, we're going to be looking at each hub individually. So let me bring back my presentation. Okay, and I think I'm back on. Okay, so where we are with our review process, right? So this is a timeline that we're using, kind of like showing us where we are, showing us what some of our deadlines. We're right here, right now. We are in public meetings, going and diving into each of our hub regions. So we'll be, you know, from now until the 22nd, just reviewing each of the hub regions, reviewing some data, some information that we've learned for our review committee to go and rank some of these applicants in each of the hub regions. And then what happens afterwards is that ELD staff will go ahead and grab all of the information that our review committee present to us, and then we will go ahead and take that up to our ELD director, who will go ahead and make that final determination for award. As you can see from the timelines, you know, RFA open up in early February. It was initially supposed to close on April the 2nd, but given the current crisis, we extended that deadline to May 4th, but that didn't change the deadline for us to be able to review, analyze, gather, meet, all really with the intent of that we need to go ahead and make award notifications by June 5th. That is what we are looking to do. There is an appeal process on June the 19th, all with the hope of that we can go ahead and get grant agreements executed by July 1st. So as you can see, the deadlines are pretty fast and furious, because we really are trying for children to go ahead and start service in September. That's why we have a lot of this energy in getting us moved, in the hope that children can go ahead and start preschool in September. So then let me take a look here. The application composition, you know, we try to package this application the best way that we could for our applicants. The application was divided into 6 different sections. One, it was just regular application information, how many slots, name, phone number, who should we contact. Section 2 is really program description and requirements. So that really measure like an applicant's commitment to quality, years of experience, transition, parent engagement, and so on. Section 3 is operations. It's like what was their operations plan, staffing. You know, we know for many of our small business owners, this may be their first time employing someone. So we wanted to go and know a little bit about that plan. The goal will be that for all of our Preschool Promise classrooms, there's an assistant. And so there was a lot of planning. So we requested like job descriptions and some of that information as far as what were some of the qualifications for some of the staff. Section 5 is really focused on that financial sustainability and business acumen. So we learn a lot, right? And I think, as we move forward, that's definitely something that our division is looking into, is just a business acumen. And so we'll be talking about the business, the fiscal agent on Friday, and just kind of dive some of that work and take a look at those applications. But we asked for, their business acumen, and that really just measure what were some of those report mechanisms or processes that the applicant already had or was planning on getting in order to do that. And then budget and allocation proposals. So we talked about the $12,000. So $12,000, you're asking for 10 children, 120,000. Like, where were they allocating that funding? So it's really that proposed budget. And then a narration of their budget, kind of adding for that justification. So each of you, and as I mentioned, we have lots of Preschool Promise applications. All of the applications are now made available to the public. So we have a link. So in here, and we'll be diving into this a little bit later, but all of the applications from each of the applicants has already been included. So each of the hubs has their own folder, and then you can go into it. They each have a folder for each of the applicant. This number plays a super vital, super important with our review committee meetings, because this is kind of the application number, the ID number that I'll be referring to in some of my workbooks there. So we go back here. And so we're back on the application process. So 265 applications, and then 5 for the fiscal agent. So there was a lot of applications to be reviewed. So each of our applications was reviewed by 2 trained independent reviewers. So just times that by 2, we had about 540 some reviews that needed to be completed from the time that the application closed. The scores of the independent reviewers vary by more than 30%, then a third review was assigned to it. So if 2 reviewers had a higher than the 30% spread, then Gwen or myself will go and do the third review, so we can go ahead and get the average score. So when we're looking at those workbooks that we're going to be diving into, is really that average score. So we've already calculated for those that may have needed a third review in there. All the applications will review in the language that it was submitted, right? So if it was submitted in Spanish, then we were able to go ahead and get someone bilingual, in some cases bicultural, that was able to go ahead and review those applications.
I want to see those ones in your hands. Can you hear me? That's dangerous.
I'm sorry.
¿Cuántas veces te he dicho cómo se lavan las manos? ¿Cuántas?
Looks like we're washing some hands there. If you just mute yourself, that will help. Thank you. But this is exciting. Someone was washing their hands. Sounds like a little guy there. So then, and so when it comes to the applications, 265, and if we go back, there were a lot of eligible applicants for Preschool Promise. You have school districts, public schools, charter schools, in-homes, and you name it. So we were able to go ahead and develop 3 different groups. It's like, okay, we have this different eligible applicants, now just kind of putting them into different groups. That is one. So for example, we have our home-based providers. So that will be any of our registered family and certified family are going to be in that group. In the application process, that was one, our goal with the RFA is to ensure the small minority women-owned businesses feel comfortable to go ahead and do sorry, just chat box. We need to take a look at the time here. So then, thank you, Angela. So we're able to go ahead and just take a look at how were they going to apply, right? So that's why we have divided the eligible applicants into 3 different groups. So we have our home-based type of providers, we have center-based providers, so that's where we're going to put any culturally specific, community-based, certified centers. They're normally just small centers across the state. And then we have our center school-based type of providers. So that's where you get into school districts, relief nurseries, Head Start. So we'll go, once we go into and dive into this famous workbooks that I keep talking to you about, we'll go ahead and see like how many groups we have in each of these hub regions. Really what we wanted to do by doing these 3 different groups is to go ahead and promote parent choice, really go ahead and do some alignment with our sector plan, and really equitable opportunities for funding. As I mentioned, a lot of our in-homes where I really want to apply, but I don't have a grant writer. I'm just a small business. So what we said is we are committed to our mixed delivery. So when we're looking at recommendations, we're looking at the different groups. So in theory, they're kind of being ranked and compared among themselves and not really among an entity that may have bigger. So that same, if we look at the amount of in-homes that apply for Preschool Promise, we have a lot of in-homes that apply. So we're really, we felt really comfortable with that. Okay,
yeah, I'm going to give you a break on the talking for just a second. If you can go back to the last slide, I know how hard it is to, I know we've got time. So if you go back to that last slide, I just want to really emphasize this is sort of the role of the review committee over the next few days, is to have discussion around all the providers in each of the early learning hubs. They've been grouped, as Dana indicated, to promote the mixed delivery model. And sort of the task of the review committee is to think about sort of that recommendation that'll go to Miriam Calderon, our early learning systems director, as to, in this early learning hub region, sort of what would be the priority providers that would create a mixed delivery model that aligns to family preferences and priority populations that's identified in the sector plan. So I just kind of, as we're kind of moving through the work, really kind of thinking about that you're presenting, you know, by ranking the providers by group, you're helping the early learning systems director think about sort of an approach to a mixed delivery model within that hub region. So gave your voice a little break there, Dana.
Thank you. I need some water, so thank you. Okay, so when it comes to our work sessions, you know, we develop a different list of tools. Obviously, to go ahead and review 270 some applications in 3 days, that will be quite the undertaking. However, at the same time, we want to make sure the review committee feels comfortable and has all the tools that you need to go ahead and make those recommendation rankings there. So some of the supporting documents and tools that we'll be using is going to be our early care and education sector plans. So these are the plans that were developed by each of our early learning hubs across the state. Another thing that we are going to go ahead and have access to is the application independent scores. So as we dive into this work, if you, as a committee member, want me to go ahead and pull up a specific application, maybe to go ahead and take a look at some information, you as a committee member, you have access to do that, and I have quick access to all the applications. So we can definitely do that for you. We also have our data team did a really great job at developing a GIS map where it shows each of the hub regions, and you can tell how far apart a provider may be from each other. So that's something that we have access to that. And then we have the famous workbooks, which is really summarizing all of the information that we learned from each of the early learning hubs. And just as, so it contains information about the number of slots, number of sites, you know, and some of the other elements. And 2 things that it includes is really some of the scoring. So we'll be diving into that. So what is the goal in those work sessions? It's really to review, discuss, rank, and then vote. So as a committee, you will be voting on the ranking we'll be collaborating and sharing. But like I said, it's really as we move into part 2 of Dana's presentation here is like we have some tools and we have some tasks that we will do. We're going to go ahead and start. Today we're starting with our hubs, our not a lot of it's kind of medium-sized type of application numbers that we have there. So we figure we kind of dive into that first. But this is where we are right now. Maybe if I can get a check time. Were we supposed to take a break soon? My apologies. Yes. Okay. So
we're supposed to break 10.
Yes.
So I think,
but we were going to have Renee describe the sector plan process. Does that make sense here?
I think we can go ahead and do that when we start the workbooks, and we actually have a link to it, and we kind of get into that frame if that works. Okay. Thank you.
So, so Dana, we're at the point then that we'll take a break and then we'll come back and start the briefing that you're going to do for the work session. Is that where you think we are?
Yes. So that's where we are now. Yeah.
Okay. Well then,
Bobby.
Yes.
Bobby,
the values.
I just wanted to. Just for and I hope I know it's chaired, helping to support you in your role. So when we come back, what I'm hearing is that we'll review the value statement, and then we'll dig in, and then we can kind of get more understanding of the sector plan. We've asked committee member Renee Brandon to provide a little bit of background on that. And there was something else on my list. And I just wanted to make sure that before we pause for a break, that if any committee members had any questions about the materials presented so far, and any clarification that's needed before we move into the next part of the work, which is actually digging into the actual application summary.
Does anyone have a question? Clarification? Sarah?
Yeah, just real quick. So we're going to be talking to Dana for if we do have a question, and she's the one that's going to be pulling up the application. Is that correct? That we want to look at?
That is correct. So once we dive into the workbooks, if there's a specific application that you're like, can we pull that one up? Then we can go ahead and pull it up if you want to see a specific information.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, I don't see anything in the chat box.
Oh, good. Yeah. So we are scheduled for a 15-minute break, and in order to stay on task, I think go ahead and take our breaks, but please really come back at so 15 minutes is about 10:25. So you can come back early, but please don't come back late. So.
And just a pointer for virtual meetings, if you are leaving, you might want to, you can stay all logged in, mute your phone, and you can turn off your camera. And then when you come back, you can turn your camera back on. You never know what happens on your camera when you're not there. So it's just a word to the wise from that one. See you back in a few.
Okay, thank you. See you at 10:25.
Yeah, right. So, all right. So, okay, well, then, Bobby, we're at 10:25. Do you want me to do the roll call now? Okay.
Yeah.
And we are recording now, so thank you, ELD team. It sounds like we're ready to go. So I'll go through the welcome back from your break. So
yeah. And thank you for being so punctual. That's great.
So I'm going to do roll call just to see if, who's back, and so that we can get started. So Sarah?
I am present.
Director. Renee?
Present.
Danielle? Present. Jessica Coden? Okay, thanks, Danielle. Robin Hill Dunbar?
Present.
Delina Otherbull? I'm not sure if she's able to join. Carissa Palmer?
Here.
Hi, Carissa. Hadia Miller?
Here.
Hi, Hadia. Jill Ramirez?
I'm present.
And Bobby Weber?
Present.
Okay. So, Bobby, we have everyone who we started with today, so we can continue.
Great. Okay. So we are starting with a briefing. So from ELD staff, and we've got two pieces to include in there. And Dana, I'll just let you judge when to do the value statement and when to do the more in-depth discussion of sector plan.
Yeah, totally. Thank you. So what we can do is, let me go ahead and show you the different tools that we use them. I mentioned them earlier, but let's see them. So what I'm gonna do right now, because lots of information, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my camera. So that way I can go ahead and take a look at the big screen that's on this side and not be disrupted. But so let me go ahead and turn that off. So as I mentioned, we're going to go ahead and start with Yamhill County. So each of the work sessions is, so when I'm talking about a work session, I'm talking about this document, and each of the documents, as I mentioned, each of the workers represent one hub individually. Then during our our meeting, we're going to go ahead and be using our ECE sector plan, the Early Care and Education, which is this document. So right now I'm just showing them to you. We'll go ahead and make them bigger as we dive into the work. Another tool that we're going to be using and we have available is this GIS map. This shows us how far each of the applicant is located within the hub region. So handy tool that our data team were able to develop for us. And then what I have available is going to be access to the applications. So within each of the workbooks, we have the ID number. So I'll be coming to this field, and if you want to open a certain one, we'll do a quick search and find and open up the application. So those are the tools that we're going to be using as we dive into each of the early learning hubs. I think right now is a good time to go over that share statement. Bobby.
Do you have a printed copy of it that you could show people?
Yes, I have the screen. So right now it's on the screen.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So just a little background to people who are not members of the committee. We've met, I think, 3 times prior to in preparation for the actual process, and and we were selected to be on the review committee in order to bring a variety of diverse perspectives to the process. And so that means that we don't all see things the same. We don't bring the same glasses. Our own experience is how we evaluate. And so we came up with the idea of, in order to help us work together to develop a shared set of values that, regardless of which glasses our life experience has made the part of how we see the world, that we were clear about our shared commitment to the work we're doing together. So here they are. The committee believes that the difference in experience, knowledge, and expertise within the committee makes the committee stronger and more valuable to the process. So differences are positive. They're not a detriment. They're something to be celebrated. Recognizes that there's an opportunity for improvement of the application process and will focus on equity while participating in the process. I want to be clear, we weren't really critiquing the process. We were just acknowledging that none of us know how to do this in a way that addresses every concern. And so we may make references or feel like something wasn't addressed, and that's not so much, well, constructive criticism, I guess is what this is saying. The committee trusts that the sector plans provided were created with due diligence to accurately reflect the priorities of different populations and are useful tools to guide our decision making. And you're going to hear more about that, but you're going to hear us relying heavily on sector plans as a representation of the needs and priorities. And so they play a very important role, and that's why it was important to make a statement about it. And then the last one is that we're committed to ensuring children who experience the greatest barriers to accessing high quality early learning opportunities are at the center of guiding the process of prioritizing applications for funding. So I'll turn it back to you. Well, I don't know. Let me just say, committee members, I mean, we the staff wrote that up and shared it. And but if there's something at this point that somebody wants to reflect on or add to these statements, that would be fine. Okay, well, Dana, I think we're ready to keep going.
Alrighty, well, let's take it away. So we'll go ahead and then get started with our Yamhill Early Learning Hub. So just a moment here while I switch documents real quick. So can everybody see the workbook? Fine, we're good, okay. So what this workbook has, so we're solely focused on Yamhill Early Learning Hub. So the hub region or the county region is just Yamhill County. So they serve Yamhill County. So what we call this workbooks is the review committee report and summary of requests. So this gives us just a summary of all the applications and everything related to Yamhill Early Learning Hub. On this section, we have a quick hub summary. It represents the current slot allocations. They are not currently a preschool promise hub, so there's no preschool promise in their hub region. And we're looking to go ahead and do an expansion of 75 to 150 slots within that region. So because there isn't any current preschool promise slots, now we're at our total is 75 to 150. In this, you're going to go ahead and find the slot requested. So we have 2 applicants that apply for preschool promise, which amounts to 58 slots requested for this hub region. Below right here, you're going to go ahead and find information and a quick summary of each of the applicants. So this is the application ID. So if we need to go ahead and bring up any of these applications, we'll be doing a quick little search using the ID number. This is the applicant's name. It tells us whether we're a current provider or not. Are they seeking assistance from a fiscal agent, which we're going to talk about the fiscal agent on Friday. Transportation, if they're a site that's looking to go ahead and provide transportation to the children. The number of sites we have across the state. We're going to go ahead and find applicants that may just want one site. Some of them, it can be up to 7 different sites, right? So you can have one applicant that's looking to go ahead and have different sites within their hub region to be able to provide preschool promise. Then we have the number of slots requested. So in this case, 1 slot, and they're looking to go ahead and have 40 slots for that specific site, or 18. This is the provider type. We only had public schools that apply here in Yamhill County. The county that they serve, some of our hubs have served different counties. So this is where we can go ahead and tell them which county they're serving. And then this is the average score. And that already includes whether the applicant had a third review or not. This is their overall average score. And then we talk about the EC sector plan. So in the application, there was a maximum of 5 points that an applicant could get in what we call the EC sector plan alignment. So this tells us what is their average score. So it's a maximum of 5 points on average. So what was their score? And then here is we're going to be using this as we're working to go ahead and have you do the ranking. So right now I'm just kind of taking you through like this workbook and what does it include. On this side right here is maximum points. As I mentioned, aside from the different types of providers, we have some new applicants, applicants that were interested in being preschool promise providers. Then we have some current providers that were giving an additional point so they can get a maximum of 275 points. In the workbooks, you're going to go ahead and be able to tell if that number is in this purple color, then we know, like, okay, it's 213 out of 275. In this case, they're all new applicants, so this is their score off of the 225. Per legislation, early learning hubs were eligible to go ahead and apply as a provider. So in those hubs where we may have a hub that's applying as a provider, you're going to go ahead and see their score highlighted in green, so you know like what's out of that amount. So this is what we call that your committee report and summary of that request. And then, as I mentioned, we have the different tools that we're going to go ahead and be using. For example, the ECE sector plan. So without any questions before we now start the work, any questions on the elements that are on this workbook?
Dana, are we going to have Renee describe the sector plan at this point or later?
Oh, right now, because we're going to go ahead and open up the sector plan. So the sector plan is definitely going to be used as a guide for us to go ahead and, for you all to go ahead and make those decisions. So here's Yamhill County. So Renee, I'll turn it over to you so you can give a little bit of a just kind of background and history on the ECE sector plans that we are going to be using for each of the sessions.
Sure, thank you. In fall of 2019, the 16 hubs across the state were asked to convene regional stewardship committees that were comprised of cross-sector partners and parents of young children. And our charge was, we spent about 10 weeks, 10 very quick weeks, looking at data, some data on child and family demographics for our region, as well as available data for childcare, Head Start, and Preschool Promise in each region. And then we were also charged with reaching out to do a pretty robust family engagement activity to really identify those families in our community with young children not yet in kindergarten, especially those having difficulty accessing services, and to find out what types of services they need and where they needed it. And then in December, we presented a complete report to the Early Learning Division, and the reports were about 40 pages in duration. They were pretty comprehensive. And so what we're going to be looking at for the purposes of this activity is a summary of each region's report that the Early Learning Division put together as a one-page at a glance for efficiency's sake. And the primary purpose for the sector plans was for this preschool promise expansion opportunity, but regions have also found it valuable for many other opportunities serving children and families.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and spend a couple minutes here just discussing Yamhill County. So this is their at-a-glance sector plan for Yamhill County. I'm not going to read everything here verbatim, what we see on the slide, so just giving you all a quick summary. So what Yamhill has, yeah, go ahead.
Dana, it's possible to make it.
Yeah, let's take a look here.
125% seemed good, Dana, when you had it there. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, maybe,
So,
Dana, sorry, maybe 100. We're not able to see the whole document, so maybe try 100%. Sorry, Dana, I know you're on a roll. There, I think that you can see the whole document now, I think.
good. Awesome. Alrighty then. So for Yamhill County, they've identified the following priority populations. So children who are Latinx, children who are emerging bilinguals or Spanish English, right? Children who are geographically isolated, and children diagnosed with developmental delay. So this hub, they're saying, here's our priority populations for our hub region. Within that, they also identify some of those geographic, some of that geographic priorities that they have. As you can see, they're, McMinnville, Newburgh, Dayton, and then we have some other ones here. So we can definitely see McMinnville and Newburgh, and all, for all of those different priorities. Then we have Sheridan, Willamette. So as you're reading it, you're kind of seeing like, okay, where are they prioritizing this specific priority population? One thing that play a pretty big role in this sector plan is family preferences. So our hubs spend a lot of time engaging with families and really diving into the parents' voice. So here are some of those family preferences. So, and I'll just mention a few. For example, quality of the program, so routines, safe adult, licensed and certified, educational programming, quality relationships. Then we see about like nutrition. Nutrition, I think as you see across the sector plans, it keeps coming up. Food that is nutritious and appealing to the child and reflective of the cultural background of the child as well. We have teaching style. So how each of the applicants were given this as an attachment or an appendix at the back of the application. So on the application, they were asked very specific information as how does your program align or will meet the needs of your early learning hub and their, what they have identified as priority populations. So there were 2 questions in the application that really tied in. So the expectation was that the applicant will be looking at this at-a-glance document and see, okay, how is my program already or is planning to go ahead and meet the needs of that priority populations. So that comes into play here. So we'll go ahead and start with Sheridan School District, application 729. They're not a current provider. They are applying for 1 site at 40 slots. Their average score was a 213 out of 225. And for their EC sector plan, they receive a maximum of 5. So 5 out of the average of 5 points. So that means that the reviewers, they read their responses and then they attach it to like, okay, where does it align and how are we going to score based on the sector plan? Then we have application 62, Dayton School District. They're applying for 1 site, 18 slots, Yamhill County. Both of them are in Yamhill County, and their average score was 141. And then we have, once again, on the sector planning, they will rank at 3. So right now we're diving into this hub right now. I'll go ahead and pull up and just bear with me as I because I'm gonna go ahead and switch with our tools here. So just bear with me a little bit here. So we can go ahead and bring up this GIS map. So you can go ahead and see. So this map shows like how far the applicants are from each other. So a little bit of zoom. So if we can tell.
just going to add, and this is Gwen, and it also allows us to pinpoint, since the sector plans identified certain communities as priorities, this will allow us to, as we're doing the work with you, well, I should say allow you to see exactly where those sites are located and check with alignment with the geographically identified priority areas within the sector plan.
So here's what we have. So we have Yamhill County. So this fluorescent blue color, that is Yamhill County. So that is Yamhill Early Learning Hub. So they have 2 providers, as I mentioned, 50 requests for 58 slots, and we can see their location. So this was put together based off of their address. So their the address, the site. So this one right here is, let me take a look here. So that's one of them right there. It shows you the city. So one is in Dayton and the other one is in Sheridan. So this is what we have. And one thing is to go ahead and point it out is that each of the applicants may have a site name. So this is pulling up their site name, but these are the 2 applicants that we have. That's why, like the school district, the applicant name and the site name is a little bit different because the applicant may choose a site name for each of their different sites. So here's some information so you can go ahead and see where they're located and how far they are from each other. So then I think this is where I turn it over to you, Bobby, to just really open up the discussion for this hub. And then I'm here as a body of just, answering any questions, pulling up any documents that you all want me to go ahead and pull up, whether you want to open the applications, go back to the map, and so on.
Okay. So my understanding of the process and will be a little different since we only have 2 to rank, but then as we get into some of the more populous areas. But what we'll do now is people will share any thoughts they have. We're going to have a discussion, and I'm going to assume we're going to get to a point where everybody has had a chance to share their thoughts and bring up whatever information that seems important or relevant to them, and then we will move into an actual vote for the ranking. Which of these is 1 and which of these is 2? So the conversation is to move us to a place where we feel comfortable voting which gets a ranking of 1 and which gets a ranking of 2. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the floor is open for any thoughts.
Bobby, would you like me to help moderate on this? And when I see people raising their hands, would that be helpful to you? Okay,
that would be
so Renee.
Extremely helpful.
Okay.
Hi there. We chose this one because it was, I think, the easiest one to try kind of cut our teeth on. And it's interesting because when I looked at it, there was such a point difference in average score and such a difference in sector plan alignment. But when I looked at the sector plans themselves, what I noted was Dayton was really called out as a community for most of the priority populations. And one of the conversations that our committee had when we were first kind of orienting ourselves together was that it's highly possible that some of the applications could have a lower score simply because they may not have as much access to someone experienced with grant writing. And so that could lend part of itself to the lower scoring. So that's what I noted when I was reviewing the information that we had.
Okay. Thank you, Renee. And recognize Jill.
And I just briefly looked. I saw kind of the same thing that Renee was seeing, and also noted that in both they were trying to create classrooms that were inclusive or had inclusive practices, and both were valuing diversity. So speaking again to the sector plans, and without going into the minutia of each of the applications, that's what kind of stood out for me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And I want to make sure that those who aren't on camera, you can let me know in the chat box if you want to speak, or you can just jump in. I think that it's, don't hesitate.
Carissa, does the okay mean that you have something to share?
No, I was just responding to Gwen's statement. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. See, we are monitoring it. Thank you.
So,
yeah, Bobby.
I had the same thought as Renee and Jill. So what struck me was that you put that it was the sector plan that had Dayton listed more often than Sheridan, and yet Sheridan got a 5 in alignment with the sector plan, and Dayton only got a 3. So it was like those two pieces of information were confusing to me, and I wonder if anybody had insight into that.
And I'm wondering, do we want to, Bobby, would you like us to pull up, because there's actually 2 questions related to sector plan alignment, and one is sort of describe sort of the experience and how like your services would align with the sector plan. And then the other question is more around like, what would you do specifically to support the children who are identified, you know, and kind of thinking about like the family preferences. And so it's sort of 2 things like, so you might have alignment, like an applicant might have had alignment around geographic location, but then they really need to describe that, okay, so you might be situated in the right place, but how are you going to provide services to the families in the manner in which the families have said, this is, you know, these are our values or these are important to us, or if it's an identified population, for example, children with disabilities, like what were some of the actual strategies? So there were 2 questions. Maximum points for that section was 10. This is the average because some applications did get a 3rd review, so it needed to be an average. So that's sometimes I think as we're going through, someone might like on face value really demonstrate like, wow, this seems to be like the right provider in the right location, and yet they might have had through the independent review score something, maybe they didn't articulate it as completely around how they were actually going to individualize services to meet the needs of that population. But if you wanted to look at any review committee member wanted us to pull up any additional information to look at that, we could do so.
Well, I don't want to get us off timeline totally, but I wonder, could we quickly just look at the scores on the sector plan? Because am I correct that that's the issue that the committee is trying to figure out? Am I hearing correctly? I don't want to take us someplace if we don't need to go there. So if other people are not feeling confused about this, then we could just go to voting.
Sort of seems like the average score, so that's including all of the application, is significantly lower. So there are more things than just the sector plan to look at if we're going that route. But again, I kind of go back to, it just seemed like maybe they didn't have the grant writing skills or the proposal writing skills maybe, so they weren't saying what they needed to say, and that is one of the reasons why their score was so low, but it was consistently low. So, but we could look at the sector plan. I'd be, in agreement with that if you wanted to.
Let's pull up the sector plan. Oh,
sure. Can the group just indicate if they, let's just say, give some indication if you want to take the time to look at the sector plan. If you're ready to vote, we shouldn't be spending this time here because we've got a lot of work to do. So, I'm just not sure which way we want to go. Jill?
I would just say, why don't we take, to see how we would vote. Okay. Now, instead of, I don't know about diving into every one. It will be here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, we have a process for voting, and Jill, could you phrase that as a motion that you would like us to vote on ranking on, and you could, which one you would rank as one could be a motion?
Yes, I move to have each of us rank the proposals before us, and I would rank the Sheridan School District as #1 and the Dayton School District as #2.
So is there a second to the motion to for each committee member to do the ranking, to share their ranking?
I second the motion.
Robin, second the motion.
Okay. So there is discussion before we'll move forward with everybody sharing their ranking. Is there any comments that people want to add at this point before we go through each member and ask for ranking? Renee?
Just the observation that the number of eligible enrollment opportunities for the region exceeds the requested slots for that hub region. And also when looking at the GIS mapping, those entities are not close together. So it's unlikely that they would probably serve the same families. Just, to make it a little more complicated with just our 2 applicants here. Just an observation.
Thank you. And then one thing to go ahead and know is that we do have Kelly taking notes, right? So your comments and stuff. So if I'm not typing, I think we had talked about me typing here, but I don't think we want to do that. We want to go ahead and have Kelly just go ahead and take the notes and stuff. But I will be marking that the rankings here on this worksheet, and then we also have Angela, who's also keeping her own spreadsheet and putting the same ranking too. So we have that, just a quality control.
So that lends another question, Dana. So when Miriam receives the recommendations, she will also be able to read the comments, correct?
Correct. So we are going to be preparing a report for each of the hubs with your comments and your ranking and, the whole packet over there.
And just for, I know this is our first one, so we're all learning together. And so, Bobby, I just wanted to make a clarification. So I think that the vote would be on the motion, and the motion was Sheridan District Rank 1 and Dayton School District Rank 2, so we wouldn't necessarily need to have every review committee member give their ranking if they're voting in the positive or negative to the motion that's on the floor. So they would, so this is part of the discussion.
That feels accurate?
Yes.
As what your motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
We get to some of the larger hubs, that would be a lot of time.
Right.
Okay. If any more comments before I call for the vote? Okay, so are you going to take roll, Gwen? Is that how? So
yes,
we'll for you to take the roll.
Yep, sure. And so what we're asking committee members is to vote a yes or no, or yay or nay, whatever you prefer. So I'll start with Sarah Bartlett.
Yes.
So Renee Brandon.
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Yes.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
Yes.
Teresa Palmer. So Carissa might have had to step out, so I'll come back to her. Hadia Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Jill Ramirez. We couldn't hear you. Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes. All right. Not sure if I can take a nod as an affirmative.
Yes. Sorry.
And Bobby Weber.
Yes.
So Kelly or Angela, I'm not sure who's taking notes, but if we can indicate that Carissa Palmer, I know she was here on our roll call earlier, but she's not present for the vote. And Angela or Kelly, which one of you are recording the vote?
This is Angela. I'm recording the ranking.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Kelly. I am recording the ranking as well, so we should go ahead and have several people that are recording it so we can go ahead and compare after.
Okay, got it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we have that in our minutes as to. Go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, so we had 7 votes in favor of the motion to give Sheridan ranking number 1 and Dayton 2. And so the motion passes. The other thing, I think if we could capture in the notes that maybe it's already because it's there, but anyway, Renee's point is that even together, these don't come up to the minimum amount that Yamhill could be allocated. So and that we see Dayton as a community of high need based on our reading of the sector plan. So, okay. So I think that's our vote plus the discussion.
Yeah, and Bobby, what we can do is Kelly and or Angela, before we go to vote, when it's open floor for the discussion on the motion, before we go to vote, you could ask our team to read through the comments that'll be attached. Like I said, it's difficult for us to have them on screen live, but what we can do is read them out loud and before we go to vote, before you ask for the vote. Would that be helpful?
That would be very helpful so that we're sure that Miriam gets the discussion, the content.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we are now conclude Yamhill County, so we can go ahead and maybe just take a little bit of a minute here to now transition to our other hub. So now we're going to move on to South Coast. So here's the information for South Coast, you know, following the same layout, same information. What we have is in this hub region, it's not a current preschool promise hub. So we're looking to go ahead and expand between 75 and 150 slots. We have a total of 160 slots being requested in this hub region. And that is divided into 2 different counties. So Coos and Curry. Coos, they're requesting 124 slots, and Curry's 36 slots. What we have here is we had a total of 7 applicants for this entire hub region. But what we are doing is separating them into those separate groups. So in essence, what you're doing is you're ranking among group 1, among group 2, and then group 3. So we're not doing a 1 to 7 ranking. It's like they are being looked at in their own separate individual groups. So the first group that we have is a certified child care center. We have applicant number 83, Bay Area Hospital. Is for 1 slot. They're requesting 20 preschool promise slots. Their average score out of the 225 is 116. And their average sector plan alignment is 2.8. Then we have applicant 330. Here we go. Here we grow preschool. My apologies there. They're requesting 30 slots. Their average score out of 225 is 56. Their sector plan alignment came out 1.5. So we have group number 1. Then we go into group number 2, and that's going to be our certified, our homeschool or home preschool. So our certified family child cares. We have Rose Daily Daycare, 10 slots, 1 site. Their score was 147 out of 225 with a sector plan alignment of 3.0. Then we have Osorio's Kids. They're only requesting for 6 slots. Average score 83. Sector plan actually 4.5 out of 5. And then we have our group number 3, which is composed of school districts, Head Starts, public schools. So in this, we have ORCCA. They're requesting 36 slots. Overall score 184, 3.5. Myrtle Point School District, 40 slots, 173, 4.5. And then the Coos Bay Public Schools, they're actually requesting for 18 slots, 166, 3.5. So as we can see, all of the applicants are just looking for 1 site, and then they have different slots. Just to go ahead and put it out to the committee there just for a little bit, like, okay, 40 slots, 1 site, what does that look like in a preschool promise world? They can have a site and then multiple classrooms. So those 40 children can be, they're either blended in with several other children in there, or sometimes they'll have 2 classrooms, 20 each. So it does present itself to just that opportunity that when you're seeing those high numbers and it's only 1 slot, 1 site, it's because they're most likely planning on blending their classrooms, or maybe they're just having, 2 classrooms of 20 and so on. So for this one, now we're going into a hub with a little bit more than before. So we have, like I said, we will be, you as a committee, you're just looking, okay, so who gets 1, who gets 2 on this ranking, and so on. And this one is going to be 1 out of 3. What I'll go ahead and do, and just Grace, I'm asking for Grace, like I'm reading all the scores. I think once we get into like the bigger hubs, that may take a little bit of a longer. So just putting the little plugin in there, but we're trying this and seeing how the flows goes. Let me go ahead and open that the sector plan for South Coast, so that we can spend a little bit of time diving into some of those priorities in this hub region.
Would it help you if I did the review of the sector plan so that you can give your voice a little break here and there?
Yeah, that will be good. Okay. So.
Just wanted to give you a chance to have a glass of water. So So, all right. So for South Coast, if you could make it at oh yeah, okay. You can make it at 100%, Dana, and then I'll ask you to scroll. My eyes. Thank you. So for South Coast Early Learning Hub region, their top priority was children experiencing homelessness, specifically in areas of Coos Bay, Reedsport, and Port Orford. And whoops.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Trying to multitask on me, Dana, I understand. And then they also, the second priority is children in foster care in all of Coos County. And then the third priority was children with diagnosed disability or developmental delays. The fourth priority was infants and toddlers in geographically isolated areas. And then their fifth was children with a primary language other than English. I'm not sure, Dana, if there's more below that, if you could scroll.
Yep, one more.
And then children of color in the Coos Bay, North Bend, and Brookings areas. And if we were to look at the family preferences, it looks like on a quick glance, there are some similarities between some of the priority populations with preferences for early care and education, safe environment, ability to play with trained staff. And when you're looking at these and doing some of your preliminary work, I think some of the additional considerations that come up are also really important too. They list the 3 top preferences of families, but then also some additional considerations. So I think, Dana, maybe we'll pause there if there's any questions from the committee, but we could probably move to the mapping, and we could sort of see maybe, is that where you want to go next?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the locations. But before we move, because this one had, you know, more higher populations, is there any questions before we move into the map and see where everybody's located? Renee?
Just an observation that when reading the family preferences, that mixed delivery was really called out in that, and it was really nice to see that for this hub, we had good representation from different types of care.
Nice. Yeah, good observation. Anyone else?
Thank you, Renee.
Jill?
I'm a little confused about something. I've been in 2 of those sites as a reviewer for USDA, and if I have strong feelings about those sites, I'm a little reluctant to voice it, I guess, as part of the public record, but I don't know what to do with those thoughts and feelings, or
Yeah, we probably will bump into some of that as we go through. And so I think that, you know, in a public meeting, Jill, it's, you know, it's up to you what you choose to share. You are hired for your experience and knowledge. And so I'll trust you to make, you know, that'll be your personal call as a member of the public participating in this, as an external, you know, review committee member. And so you could either choose to contribute information, but only that what's comfortable to you, or you can choose not to and sort of abstain from a conversation if that feels most comfortable as well.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear that you have a conflict of interest. It's just that you have knowledge of the providers, right?
It's more knowledge about what the score shows, I guess, over time.
Yeah.
Robin?
And Robin?
I just wanted to make a comment about some of the areas like Myrtle Point, for example. I had a curiosity if there was information that maybe was available to us, and I'm like scanning all the documents in my head that says that there's 40 eligible kids in that area, so they want 40 slots. So I started doing like, that's a really small population, but it would pull from a little bit of a geographic area, like our rural areas. just one town over might mean it's like not even an option to take your child there. And so also to the point of the mixed delivery and being a community preference, which I also love to see, Renee, in the applications. But if you live in Myrtle Point, even, if you only have one option, it's going to be the only option. So just wanted to sort of say those things. They're not really a question. But I guess it is a question about the 40 in the population.
And I think we'll make sure we capture that if that's all right, Robin, like that, all this discussion goes into what we're capturing for the learning systems directors. So if what I'm hearing is sort of like, since Miriam has the responsibility to actually make the decisions around award levels, is to make a note of your comment, that to kind of ensure that population and requested slots are sort of in alignment within a community. Does that capture something to that effect? Like that there needs to be some homework on the before awarding happens. There needs to be maybe some work done, and it's totally okay to make that recommendation as a group to the early learning division staff that please get this information and incorporate that into like the report that goes to Miriam, because after we get done with our 3 days of meetings, we'll have to get all this packaged, and if there's any additional information that you think Miriam might need to make a decision, we'll make a note of that and make sure that we include that in the final report to her.
I would just say that I'm certainly not suggesting I know the answer to the population number. I just know some towns are small, that might be a lot. I don't know. So I'm not questioning it. I'm just asking to think about it.
Bobby? And then Sarah, sorry. I didn't see this. Can't hear you, Bobby.
Well, I do such a good job of muting. I don't do such a good job of unmuting. So I've had an assumption I want to test. I've assumed that Miriam will make a decision about providers and the number of slots they will actually get put into a contract is negotiated. And so we are not needing to worry about allocating slots in this process. We only have to make a recommendation about prioritization by type of care within a hub. Am I accurate?
Yes, but we would want to note that if there was any information that when the review committee members thought might be helpful in supporting Miriam's decision making, that we would, make a note of that and make sure that that we work in between our time together and the formal recommendation to Miriam that any additional information that was needed is prepared. So yeah, but no, you're not making decisions around how many slots. Yeah.
Great. So
that would be a whole other week.
That we get Robin, but it'll be important that we get Robin's comment that 40 slots in such a small community is something to look at, or I don't know how you say it, Robin. Yep. But anyway, so it'll be important for us to make those kind of observations or comments, but we don't have to worry that we are having anything to do with how many slots would be out. Is that, I just wanted to be sure I was understanding the process.
You are correct.
Okay.
Sarah, do you have a question or something you had wanted to add?
Oh no, my apologies if my hand was up, or it was probably towards the children. My apologies.
I'm trying to be attentive. All right.
Thank you.
Anyone who, all right. So before we go back to Dana, I'll turn it back over to you now that we've kind of reviewed the sector plan. And I didn't see any questions in the chat box from those who are not on video. So I think we are.
Alrighty, we'll go ahead and get started. So this is South Coast. So I mean, they do cover a pretty wide region. So just excuse me as we kind of zoom in and stuff. I just wanted you to see that's their region. We have a provider down here. So they have a total of 7 applicants for this hub region, right? We have the Berkman School District, They're all the way down there. And then we have Myrtle Creek. So it sounds like we have some notes as far as, the number of slots and so on. And then we dive into a little bit more here, which is Goose Bay. So then let me take a look here, and then it will go ahead and show the location. One thing that Renee pointed out is the mixed delivery, right? So that's why when we go back into the workbook, there's, we have the 3 different groups. Robin, do you raise your hand?
I did. When you clicked on the Myrtle, and it said Myrtle Creek, and Myrtle Creek is in Douglas County. Myrtle Point, is there just a incorrect labeling?
I think it said Myrtle Crest.
Oh, okay, because I was trying to squint and look and see. So that's the name of.
I think it's labeled as Myrtle Crest. Does that make sense, Robin? Yep.
Here. Myrtle Crest. I think I may have said Myrtle Creek, so I'm sorry. So there you go. So Myrtle Crest. So then we have the other, provider types here in the Coos Bay area. So they're a little bit apart there, but you're able to go ahead and see kind of their location. So I can go ahead and click on each one. There's Rose Daily Daycare and Preschool. And then we have here that's the name of the site for the Bright Beginnings Learning Center. Here we go, Preschool. So here's the other center that we have. And down here we have Osorio Kids, which that's going to be an in-home. So this, just like I said, it shows you the location, how far, how close, where is everything at. What I'll go ahead and do is let me go ahead and go back to our worksheet. So right now, we'll go ahead and see how this process goes. It's like I said, as you're voting on group 1 first, and then we can go group 2 and group 3. Same tools are available if you want me to go ahead and open any application, or you have certain questions. We have them available. So I think, Bobby, I'll turn it over to you for just kind of that open discussion. So we're looking at this provider, so we can start with our group for the certified childcare centers, which we have 2 applicants in that group.
Okay, so just restricting our conversation to the 2 Bay Area, and here we go. Will people just start sharing their thoughts, reflections, so we can have a discussion about how we're going to rank these 2? Should I read the silence as we are ready to vote? If people have no questions that they want to thoughts to share with one another, and that we should ask for a motion?
And Bobby, the motion only has to happen at the whole hub region, not on each group. So at this point, it could just be sort of a, does that help? Because I think that'll help us speed things up, that we're just looking for one motion for the whole hub region, but that we're going to work through.
We're going to rank by group. So the motion will have to be how to rank for centers, how to rank for home-based, how to rank for schools. Is that, so one motion for all 3 types?
For expedience, I think that was sort of the plan, that we would have one motion for each hub region, and then a motion for like the fiscal agent and a motion for the travel nations that applied, so that there could be sort of some, open discussion around sort of suggestions on ranking. And so what could happen here, and I know we're also learning together, is somebody could say, I'm suggesting, one of the committee members could say, I suggest doing, Bay Area is this number, Here We Grow is this, let's now move on to Rose Daily. And so then what I learned whenever we did the OPK meeting on Monday was that sometimes people think about things, you know, and so they might go back to a ranking, you know what I mean? They might go back and say, you know what, we suggested this ranking for this group, for the in-home providers, but now after discussing the school district or this other group that maybe we want to revisit. So I think kind of leaving it a little more open so that you get kind of a whole picture of the hub region and then one motion on that. Would that be, right. Is that okay with you? I think the motions take a lot of time, and we'll see that there might be some.
Okay. So it seems to me that we would like, that we're ready to move on to sharing thoughts about the 2 certified family child care homes that are, and which, how we are going to rank them.
Right. So yes, so we have 2 applicants. So any discussion, same process, if you guys have any specific questions there. Jill?
Well, these are the 2 programs that I have visited, and I can't really go through their applications at this time. It surprises me that they're scored as they are. I mean, but I did look, and Osorio's is, she didn't answer a lot of questions or provided very little evidence, but being in her home several times, and it's always unannounced, I found a very wonderful environment for children, and she's scoring very low. Conversely, Rose Daily was not, to use the word loosely, quality program, although I did notice that she has a 3-star and a 4-star, but that was not at all what I saw either time or the 3 times I was there. So I don't know what to do with that, but I definitely feel that, I think it's Josefina Osorio. The environment could definitely be improved in just that it's an older home unless she's moved. But the heart, the care, her philosophy, her mission, her vision, those things were scored high. But the piece about she would benefit from the fiscal agent that would help her with the business acumen, and it seemed like she sort of petered out as she completed the application. The times I visited Rose Daly's program, she all but asked us to leave the property. It was, I have strong feelings about that particular one.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
Other thoughts and comments from other committee members? Thank you, Jill. That's hard. That was hard to do.
Alrighty, well, we'll move on to our 3rd group, which is for Myrtle Point, Coos Bay.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Head Start. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just, when something comes up like what, the comments that were just mentioned, like how do we as a group weigh those, weigh the comments versus the versus the application and the way the application was scored. Because very few of us, or maybe some of us, have this first-hand experience with a particular provider. Right. So I want to put that out there as something to think about as we move forward in this process, because it may continue to come up in different ways.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
I had a similar question in terms of, it would be wonderful if we had that kind of observational input on every single application, but we're only going to have it when somebody had a reason to observe a program. And I'm sharing the question, and maybe we can talk about it. What do we do about the having it sometimes and not having it other times?
So I think, to Daniel's point, I think, this will come up, and I think as review committee members, what you choose to share is, your decision. And we have, for this group, it's our largest committee group. And I think that the intent there was that it would have, really that sort of that mix of experience and knowledge. And so I think as review committee members, you have you'll need to make a decision for yourselves on what information you're using in your recommendation, in your personal recommendation for the rankings, and whenever you decide to vote on a motion. So so if something is shared, it's captured in our notes, and but the information that you're choosing to use to move your votes forward that's kind of your decision on that. So I hope that helped.
Renee has a comment or question?
Yeah, just a note, I guess, that to acknowledge that we are not disqualifying any of the applicants, that we are just ranking them. And that when we look at the larger picture of how many potential enrollment opportunities there are versus how many enrollment opportunities have been requested, there will be thousands that are not selected just because of that. And so I think in some ways the process will start to sort itself out a bit. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, one of the wonderful things about Preschool Promise is that not only does it give children who otherwise would not have access to quality early learning programs, it also helps to raise the quality of programs that enter into Preschool Promise. So there's also hope in that way, and that any program that is selected will be surrounded with technical assistance and professional development opportunities, raising the quality in other programs as well, just as a more commentary to the topic, not to discredit anything that Jill or anybody else has shared.
Thank you.
Any other comments on certified family? I have one. I was struck that Asario got a 4.5 on her sector alignment, which is a high priority to us. And it was interesting that her score was so low to have that be so high. It just struck me.
Yeah. Just to add a little bit to that, Bobby, if this helps at all, it's like I review a lot of the Spanish applications, and I think Jill mentioned this. It's like, I think with some of the applicants, it's like they spend a lot of time in like one question specifically, and they answer it, and they did. And then on some of them, they may maybe didn't expand, or in some cases didn't answer. So then that kind of created like the overall score of the whole thing. I think that that's where you're seeing like the 83, but maybe there was a lot of time spent on that question. Not sure what you think about that, Jill. I think you mentioned that a little bit earlier.
Right. Having been in that person's home several times, I feel like and that's why I went back to right now. I was looking at her application, and it did look like she just kind of lost steam and was, I'm a family child care provider, so this doesn't apply, or something like that. She was saying, where it does, there was a lot that she could say. There was a lot that I saw repeatedly, and this has been my life work of going. A lot of it has to do with USDA, but they're unannounced visits. They're looking at family child care center, or also with centers too, but certified family. So there's a pattern that develops when someone is expecting you, and like we do when family comes to visit, and so I was surprised to see that difference, but I think that's what it was more than anything, because I did see that that the program and the model that she's using was good. The kids were very happy, and that's what I saw, not just once, but consistently. So that's all I can say, really.
Okay. So we just got a friendly reminder from Angela that we're to do 4 hubs before 12:30, and we're on our second one. So maybe with that, we can move to schools, knowing that motion is going to be for all 3, so you can go back to certified family or to centers. But let's open and include now the schools.
Okay. So we have the schools there. So as I mentioned, we have 3 different applicants in that group. So you see the scores there, the 184 out of 225, 173 out of 225, and 166 out of 225 is their overall score. So I think now we go back into you providing those rankings for each of the groups. And like I mentioned, so for this group number 1, who gets 1, who gets 2. For the certified family, the same thing. And then for our last group, 1, 2, 3 will be that the ranking prioritization.
Before somebody does a motion, is there any discussion on the schools? Any things stood out to you that you want to share?
I would say with the school districts, since their scores are relatively close, that I would probably prioritize myself their scores on the sector planning alignment.
I had the same thought. I was going to do the same thing. That's funny. Yeah, I had the very same thought.
Okay.
All right, Bobby, 3. Oh, I just am curious. Should the motion, we can say in the motion, whoever is willing to do it can say which is number 1. What do we do when we've got 3? Do we say 1 and then 2? I just never having done this. I'm not sure how for the person who's going to do the motion, how to do it.
Yeah, so, and I apologize, this is Gwen. I think whenever I was saying that we'll do one motion at the end, Bobby, I think that you can do, this is a workbook for you, this is a work group, it's a committee, right? And so at any time, if any of the committee members would like to say, let's just put a 1 and a 2 in there, and then we'll come back before the motion, see if we need to change anything. So there can be suggestions along the way, similar to what Danielle just said, and there was so in a sense, what Dana can do is, it was like, there seemed to be some consensus. There was a, kind of a suggestion about potentially having, I think it should be Myrtle Crest, not Myrtle Point, but because they were the highest scored like school, like maybe that's a 1 there. So we can start sort of using this as like an active worksheet, so that it might make it easier for the review committee members to then, it's right in front of them, and then they're making sort of a motion to move the rankings forward as posted. And since we do need to be kind of recording this and it's all virtual, it would be somebody was saying Bay Area Hospital, number, Here We Grow Preschool number, Rosedale, and it can just go down through. You don't have to say different groupings. For expedience, it can just kind of go down through the list, because we can see it, Dana can capture it, and I think we'll be okay. Does that help?
So suggesting the process be that as we're having a conversation, somebody could say, I think Bay Area Hospital should be 1, and if there's, we're not going to vote, but if there's agreement, a 1 goes there. Is that, that would kind of define the process a little bit to make the voting easier? Is that easier?
Yep, it'll kind of move it along. Will help us, I think, remember, the discussion, especially when we get to long lists. Like, so I'm hoping that the review committee can get started to move things along, kind of throwing some ideas out there, and we'll kind of capture it, but know that this is a working document for this work group, so we can move things as needed for the discussion.
Okay, I'm still unclear to my question though about when we have more than 2, does the motion have to include what is 2 and what is 3?
Yes, but I think that you'll see as we get to some hubs with a larger list that what we can do is, I think it's a good point, because for people who are just calling in, they might not be able to see it, and so I'm trying to think, like, how do we capture that without having to go through one at a time, but there are some a lot. So I think yeah, Bobby, let's try it as much as we can to call them out, like as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and go through. I know this one will only have a maximum of 3.
Okay. And just to summarize everything that I just heard from you all, it sounds, and I think it was Robin, that she was suggesting that this group number 3, that we rank based on the order of the sector plan. Is that correct? So that one will be 1. So then who do you guys want to be number 2? Because these 2 are the same, 3.5 and 3.5. So.
Does anybody have a
if
recommendation
we
for number
went
2?
next, sorry. I was just going to say, if we went then next to the average score, maybe if there is kind of a tie on that. So the South Coast Head Start, I don't know.
Okay.
That's 2. And then the Coos Bay Public Schools is 3.
Okay.
Okay, so let's then go back up to certified child care centers. Does somebody have a recommendation on which is 1 and which is 2?
I would say that the Bay Area Hospital scored higher in the sector plan as well as the average score. They would be 1. And the Here We Grow Preschool, they scored lower on both of those. They would be 2.
Okay.
And
then
this is where I would part ways with my new 8 friends here. Probably I would do Osorio's as 1. She scored higher on the sector plan, and Rose Daly as 2. That's what I would do.
Sarah?
I'm seeing
Sarah, are you raising your hand?
No, I'm communicating with the computer, going 1, number 2.
Oh. Okay. So, is any discussion about putting Osario as 1 and Rose as 2? Okay, let's try that. We're going to vote. So, so if people don't want it, it should come out. They should vote no on the motion. I'm going. This is a motion made by a combination of Robin and Jill. So if one of you will, okay, Robin's motion. Jill,
actually, I think I'm unmuted. I'm not going to vote on this one because I have that, we have funding at Bay Area Hospital. So overall, I'm not going to vote. But if I had to contribute to the numbering of the certified family, it seems like since, I mean, if we were to rank it based on the sector alignments and some of the comments that Jill shared of her personal experience, personal professional experience, I'm not going to vote. So it just would make the comment that if others are using those 2 things to make the decision about the ranking, I think it just needs to be acknowledged. For Miriam's, like that's what Miriam would be reading, is some personal professional comments, and because there is such a difference in the score that if we didn't all have that information, and there's going to be lots of other hub packages that we don't know all kinds of things about a program that we won't have access to, but in this particular case, we do have access to some information. And so I guess I'm just calling out, it's sort of a fairness issue of making sure that we acknowledge that we will have information about some and not about others, and so it brings up fair. I'm abstaining from voting.
Okay, so Gwen, it's on the record that Robin is not voting on this because of her other experience. Okay, so Jill, are you comfortable with being the person who makes this motion for this ranking?
Yes, I move that we accept the ranking as noted on this review report.
Okay, and is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Renee seconded. And then, so the question before we vote is, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion of the motion before we vote?
I guess for me, I'm not voting based on what Jill said. I'm more looking at what Renee said in terms of how this process, if this person can get in, that her quality of care would change because of the additional support that they can get through Preschool Promise. So the fiscal stuff and that kind of stuff that could possibly help her become a better provider in her community.
Can we go back to South Coast before until we? Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Hadi. So that'll get captured. Any other? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote, and Gwen, you're going to take the vote.
Sure. Yeah, I was just checking. I didn't see any additional comments in the chat box, so just trying to make sure. Okay. So on the motion before us, in regard to Coos and Curry County and the ranking of providers, Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
Renee Brandon,
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan.
Yep.
Sorry, Danielle, I didn't kind of cut out.
Yes, agreed.
Yes, thank you. Okay. And then Robin Hill Dunbar has abstained. Is that okay? So, yeah. Carissa, I'm not sure if Carissa's back with us. Hadia Miller,
Yes.
Jill Ramirez,
Yes.
and Bobby Weber.
Yes. Okay, and there were no no's on that. So we have, I captured 5 yeses and an abstention and an absence. Is that? So the motion passed.
I had 1, 2, 3.
Oh, well, if my count's wrong, just I'll go with, I mean.
Nope, you got it. You're right. You're right.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're learning a lot. So hopefully we will go faster. It's 11:52, so let's go to the next. Turn it over to you, Dana, for Frontier.
Alrighty, so we're going to go into a Frontier Early Learning Hub. So let me go ahead and make this a little bigger for ourselves here. So Frontier Early Learning Hub, they cover Harney and Grant County here in the state of Oregon. They're not a current provider. We're looking to expand of an expansion of 75 slots or less. Is kind of what was allocated for this hub region. We have a total requested amount of slots, 51. In Grant County, there's 41 slots being requested, and in Harney County, they are 10 slots. In this specific area, they're all in the same group. They're education service districts and public schools. So I'll go real quick. I'm just going to mention the applicant's name, their average score, and their sector planning. Sector plan score. None of this are current providers and none of this are hubs. So we're really just looking out of the 225 maximum points. We'll go ahead and start with Harney ESD region. And they are requesting for one side. So they're on one side. They're only requesting for 10 slots. Their score actually came out to 229. So they actually got higher there.
Yeah, Dina, do you want me to check on that? That doesn't seem
that seems a little bit odd. So we'll need to go ahead and do a little check on that. Yes, and then we have the EC sector plan. Their average score there was a 4.3. Then we have Prairie City School District, 15 slots requested. They ranked 160 out of 225, and then it was 2.0 on the overall sector plan. Long Creek School District, 133, 2.8, 9 slots. Monument School, 9 slots, 119, and then 2.5. Then we have Dayville School District. They're only requesting for 8 slots. And then so it's 114 and 3.0. None of these providers are going to be offering transportation. So that's one thing to know. It's just regular slots for Preschool Promise. What I'll go ahead and do right now, while we take a peek at that score for Harney ESD, is let me go ahead and pull up that their sector plan. So just a moment here. Bear with me and apologize here. And then we have them here. So this is the sector plan. Gwen, do you want to go over this? And I can take a peek at the score?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure, yeah, and I did reach out to our other team members. The one thing I was wondering is if, since Harney is a, Harney ESD is also an early learning hub, if maybe there was a, even though they're not a Preschool Promise early learning hub currently, if maybe that was where some of the mistake was made. So thank you, Dana, for checking that out, yes. So, in Harney Grand County, so the top priority population was children from the Burns and Paiute tribe. In the geographic region is the reservation associated with the tribe. And some of the priorities there for the families were safety, having a variety of early childhood programs available, but then also want the children to have cultural experience related to their identified culture. And then for the second priority is children and families between 100 to 200 FPL and are geographically isolated. And I think what you'll see as we go through some of the sector plans, this came up quite a bit, sort of children, up to the 200% FPL. And I think that it was for some of our providers in filling out the application, since Preschool Promise, that is the population that Preschool Promise is designed to serve. There was, there's already sort of that alignment occurring. But I think the important thing here is to think about the geographically isolated part of that statement. And then the third is children experiencing homelessness or in foster care. And then the fourth is children with diagnosed disability or developmental delay. And Dana, I'm not sure if there's any priorities below that.
This
that was the last one on the list. If you could scroll, please. I know you're multitasking there.
Did I show? There you go.
No, we did get them all. And then, and if you notice in the geographic distribution, they didn't call out necessarily a particular community. It was really across the whole county. And I think if you're familiar with this with these counties, the children are very spread out. The families are spread out. The communities that are there are small, active hubs, but many families live not within necessarily the geographic confines of like a city or a town. So I think that's probably why the early learning hub chose to identify sort of like their whole region as a priority area. Right. So were there questions on their sector plan? Yes.
I just have a question in terms of all of the applications, I think, except for one, don't provide for transportation. And since kids are geographically distant, do you know why transportation isn't been factor, like why they're not seeking transportation?
It's a good question, Danielle. Is that Danielle, I think? Is that right? Trying to learn voices. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Dana?
Yes?
We can go back to, I'm sorry, I know you're trying to dig into that. If we could go back to the spreadsheet, the workbook for a second.
Just a moment here.
All right. And so what Danielle is asking is, it looks like, Danielle, none of them are providing transportation. Did you see one that was a yes? Or was it on the sector plan?
No, I made a mistake and I looked at the fiscal agent, not transportation, where I said yes. Sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Nope, that was a great question. But I think that that's Danielle. I think that that's something that we'll probably want to include in our notes to Miriam for Miriam is sort of that question as for geographically for school districts that are servicing large areas. We might want to dig into that a little bit more whenever we go into potential, grant negotiations if they're chosen for award. So thank you.
I just have a quick question. So you're basically saying that this location for this region is basically they're more rural than they are in more clumped together. Is that what you're trying to say? And that's why they cannot have transportation?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that to why they chose not to provide transportation. I think to Danielle's point is kind of recognizing that the children and families potentially are pretty spread out in this hub region. And so it was more of a question of maybe there is a need for transportation and sort of wondering, you know, making sure the services align with the parent need since transportation is not provided
Correct.
in the application.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. So, yep, Bobby? Bobby, can't hear you, sorry.
Am I correct that Harney ESD is both the hub and the Oregon Head Start pre-kindergarten program?
Yes. And the CCR&R.
Okay, yeah, that just has rural areas. But my real question then, not having read the application, for those who actually read it, is this an expansion of an OHSPK program in order to serve those up to 200? I mean, are these 10 slots just added to an existing OHSPK program? Somebody who read that.
Yeah, they are this is to make sure that they're able to provide services to all the children that might request services, children on their wait list for their OPK program or Head Start program.
Okay.
Due to like wait lists because of over income.
Blended in, these children would be blended into OHSPK classrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would want to pull up the application if that just to verify, Bobby, but since the request is for 10 slots, you know, I don't want to make too many assumptions, but that tends to be what we've seen is if they're asking for less than a full, like 18 slots for a full classroom, then they're sort of recognizing like, you know, we don't have enough children maybe for that full 18 or 20, but we'd like to have some opportunities for children at a higher income level to be served within our program model.
Thank you.
Alrighty then. Sorry, we're trying to go ahead and multitasking and figure it out here. So did we figure out what the opportunity was here? What we're told by our grants team, actually the average score for Harney is actually 204 based on their score 1 and score 2. So it still leaves them at the top as far as that score. I was able to go ahead and pull up just that location for this hub region. So it kind of just goes back to some of the information that our friend Gwen was sharing, is that they are, so we have one right here, you know, Harney Head Start, and then we have the other one. So they are spread apart as far as this hub goes. So right here, you're going to go ahead and have a Prairie City Preschool.
No, we don't. We don't see your map.
Yep, I can see
nope,
that. I'm talking to myself here. Hold on. So can we see the map now? Yes? Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I had to pause there to do a little bit of multitasking here. So this is this hub region right here. So this is Frontier Early Learning. So as you can see, they cover a pretty wide, long area. Down here is where you have Head Start of Harney County. And then up here you have Monument School District. And then we have Prairie City Preschool, which they're located in Prairie City. We have another one in Long Creek. And then here is where you have Daybell. So they're each, it looks like, in just separate cities across the state. So that's what we have there. Any questions on the map and the information before we go back to the worksheet? Nope. Okay. So then we go back here into the actual, like I said, this is all one group. So we're putting that all together here. So this is where you go into your discussion and what is the ranking for this applicant.
So I think we're ready to open discussion. Any ideas, anybody suggestions about how to rank? This is Bobby, and I have just a question or an observation. I haven't looked at the desert map, you know, or the map of facilities to know what's going on in Grant County. It's striking me that the Grant County scores are lower, so, and it's hard to know if that's, you know, the concern we keep raising. Grant, the ability to write on this topic. They're competing against one of the most experienced programs in the state, which is, and I don't know what to do with that. So I am not ready to recommend a ranking. It's just an observation. And I wish I had more information about early childhood in Grant County. Like, are there Head Start pre-kindergarten programs in Grant County? Are there, you know, I assume they're a desert because almost everybody's a desert. But those are just kind of contextual, and the sector scores seem to me to be guidance also.
And just to go ahead and add to the conversation, so sorry, so this is actually 4 in there, so just wanted you made aware of, they're still at the top as far as the sector planning, but it's actually a 4, so our apologies. Seems to me that there was a little bit of a hiccup there with Harney. But yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that based on the number of slots requested and the number that could be, in theory, they might all be eligible for some degree. There's not that much difference, it seems, in the grant numbers. I mean, there is some variance in the average scores and some variance in the ECE sector plan. Because of those 2 points, I think I would be inclined to just rank them in order of score from top to bottom, you know, even though it starts with the Harney County being a very strong application, and to your point, Bobby, but if I was thinking that they all may be eligible based on the number of slots that group is getting and the number they've requested, it seems that ranking them in order of their actual average score would not be unfair. That's my thinking.
I agree.
So you want to, Danny, you want to just go 1 through 5? I mean, they're already ranked in order of their score. Robin, this doesn't take into consideration their sector scores, and that's because they're so close. Did I hear you correctly?
I think so. I mean, I would obviously the 4 is the top anyway, so that works out. And then the others, even though the biggest spread is by 1 point, it is not a huge difference. And so in my mind, that worked out based on the overall average score is significant to the overall quality application.
Okay. So
any more comments before we move to a vote? Okay, Robin, can we take that as can you turn that into a motion?
I motion to approve the ranking as ordered. Did I say that right?
Yes. And is there a second?
I second.
So then, Gwen, will you take the vote? And the vote is.
Yeah, I think we were.
I guess it's agreeing to this ranking. As shown
Right,
on
and I
your
think
screen.
after. Right. So 1 second. I just wanted to make sure we captured that. That was Danielle that voted. That was the second motion.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure we got that. It's attractive in our notes, so I apologize for pausing. And then I think, Bobby, after the second motion, if there's any other discussion before we move to vote.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So now will you call the roll?
Certainly. Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
Renee Brandon?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico-Kogan?
Yes.
Robin Hill Dunbar?
Yes.
Clarissa Palmer's back. Is she here? Don't think so yet. Jill Ramirez?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Hadia Miller?
Yes.
And Bobby Weber?
Yes. So, okay, then, and there were no no's. So the motion passed as ranked, and there was one abstention. So I think we're ready to move on.
Committee. I just want to take a moment to point out that it's 12:13, so I'm not sure if this is a good time for you to pause and adjourn for lunch, or if you'd like to move forward.
I'd like to adjourn.
Pardon?
I'd like to adjourn if that's okay. That's my 5 cents.
Adjourn. Okay. All right. Yeah, because it's we've got, I don't know, 9 programs or something, 9 or 10 programs in the next one. So you allocated our agenda. We have allocated for lunch a half hour. So 30 minutes from now would be 1:45. How's my math? Is that right? So we are adjourned until 1:45.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Figuring it out. Yeah, we're getting it.
And Angela or Kelly, we can stop the recording.
Then I think, what about Carissa? Do we know her schedule?
Yeah, Angela or Kelly, are you familiar with, let me see.
This is Kelly, and I have not heard from Carissa.
Okay. Well, then I think we're ready to start in one when she can. Okay.
See. She might have.
Are you looking something up? Should I wait?
Oh, you could tell I was quick checking. Yeah, she had emailed. I was just trying to see what she said. She said she has a few scheduling conflicts around work in the following days. So, okay, so, but it wasn't specific. I thought maybe it was to her schedule, so.
Okay. Thank you. So we are going to move to tribal nations, but while we took our lunch break, Gwen was able to get us some help on the questions that Jill was raising and get some more perspective. So Gwen, if you could share with us.
Yeah, thank you. I really wanted to make sure we had clear guidance, and as this is a new process for all of us, and where I appreciate to be in that learning space with all of you, and so I just definitely wanted to make sure, and this is around, providers that we might have knowledge of, experience with in our own personal lives, either work or professionally or personally. And so I think the recommendation is that since we do not have intimate knowledge for all of the providers, that we should probably refrain from sharing anything, that is sort of it provides additional information to the review committee, and that we should really be focused on the applications, what the applicants submitted to us, and the independent reviewing scores in connection to like the sector plan, and just use that as sort of the information, because that'll create sort of the most consistent process for all providers. Since we just don't, we might have a handful of those that we have intimate knowledge for, and I was thinking about the review committee members, and as we move into some of the areas that some of you reside in or work in, that we might bump into this more, and so I just kind of wanted to fill it up, and I appreciate the conversation and the professionalism around this morning, and how that was handled. So I think, so are there questions, or does that sound like a reasonable approach moving forward?
It sounds reasonable to me, and we had a rich enough discussion, and it's all in the notes. So I think how we handled it is well documented. And so I think we're fine to keep going. That's my, listening to you, that's my my sense. Okay? Does anybody have a different? Okay.
I agree, but she still had her hand up, so I wanted to.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
I just wanted to say, so, and that's great, and that's a good way to proceed. I don't know then, when it comes to our communities, you said we could be present or should be present to talk about that, and so where's the line?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jill. I think, and I've only had the same half an hour that you've had for your lunch to think just through a little bit. So I think, the line is really, if you have, we have the information that was presented in the applications, and like I said, and our role is to really try to find that the right kind of mix of providers as kind of a recommendation to Miriam. I think if you have information about a provider and their skill set, and and how that aligns with the sector plan, I think kind of making referrals to the strength of their application. If you wanted to look at if you had any like if we wanted to look up something in an application that would help clarify, we have that information. But I think really sort of like if you have intimate knowledge of sort of like a community, like this is a community, yes, it's recognized on the sector plan. These like we are, like I think Bobby earlier was trying to say, like, where are the childcare deserts, which are the communities in Harney County, like, really trying to dig into trying to find like the right fit of providers. And so I think, sort of understanding the geography of an area and also sort of the distribution of current services is really useful to this group. But I think sort of that intimate knowledge of individual providers, we should really sort of stick to what they presented to us as their application for these funds.
Okay, that's fair.
Does that provide clarity on it?
I would say anytime we're unclear, it's appropriate to raise the question. So if we move forward and we know something and we're not sure that it's appropriate or relevant, just ask the question of whether, and we can get more guidance. Okay, Dana, I think we're ready to do tribal nations.
Let's move forward. And I just want to check, I wasn't sure, Robin, were you going to say something or? No, okay, good. Because I said the little light came up. I want to be respectful. So now we're moving on to the second part of the agenda, which we are going to go into tribal nations, and then we have 3 other hubs. We have Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub, Early Learning Hub of Central Oregon, Four Rivers Early Learning Hub. So these are the hubs that we're going to be reviewing. So thank you all. I think we finished the first half of the day and we learned lots, so we'll go ahead as we dive into this process. And just so you know, I'm also like trying it out. Do I say all of that? Do I do this? But just know that whatever information you need, I am here to go ahead and funnel, or even like going back if you have any questions about just the process or anything, you want to make sure that you feel comfortable asking those questions. But we are going to be moving into tribal nations. So just a moment here. So for this one, so these are federally recognized Oregon Indian tribes. So as we mentioned earlier, we have our 16 different hub regions, and then in our plans for expansion, we grab any of our applicants who are part of the federally recognized tribes into their own category. For this, so the layout looks just a little bit different, but it's really the same layout. So what we have is we currently have 35 preschool promise slots with one of our applicants. And then we actually have 2 applicants who are current preschool promise providers. That's the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde, Cow Creek. And then we have a new applicant, which is the Klamath Tribes. Our goal will be to expand to 185 to 285 slots. We only have a request of 118. We'll go ahead and use this little guy right here on the right, because now we're going to start using that different color coding that we have developed here. If they're purple, that means that that's their score out of the 275 when we're looking at this data. So first, we'll go ahead and start with the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. They are requesting for one site, 20 preschool promise slots. They're actually located, well, you know, they're within the Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub in Polk County. So I added the hub region in there so you guys know that which hub do they belong to per se, or within that region, not that they belong to the hub, but it's within that same region. Their overall score out of 275 is 263, and their sector plan alignment is a 4.0 out of the 5-point maximum there. And then we have Cow Creek. They are requesting 13 slots. They are in the South Central Oregon Early Learning Hub in Douglas County. 255 out of 275 with a 4.8 on their sector plan alignment. And then we have 200 applicant number 241. The Klamath Tribes, they're requesting 10 slots, also within the South Central Oregon Early Learning Hub, but in this case, they are in Klamath County. 199 out of 225. So that's one thing to know. They're not a current preschool promise provider, so their score is out of the 225 with a 4.7 in alignment of their sector plan. I would just echo as I'm going through this workbook. Technically speaking, we have 2 sector plans that we will be looking at that I can go ahead and bring up. That will be the one for Marion and Polk and the one for South Central. Mapping them, I think as looking at it, it's going to be a little bit hard to go ahead and map them, but I will do my best to go ahead and use the GSI map. So go ahead, Robin. I think you had a question or your hand up.
Yeah, is it missing the Umatilla, or mine is not reading this page right? Because it shows Umatilla is requesting 75, but then Umatilla isn't listed in there's only 3.
I can talk to that, Dana. Yeah, I
ahead.
can talk to that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we did a review of that. So
go ahead.
You just cut out.
Nope. Well, we were doing really good with our technical stuff, so we're just having some technical opportunities here. So just a moment here. I want to say that thank you for bringing that up, Robin. What happened there is that it was there was a little bit of I guess an opportunity where we have an actual like a school district applying. It's not the actual. Go ahead and remove that because there technically is an ESD applying. It's not the tribe. So my apologies. I should have taken that one off. This came really last minute last night for us to go ahead and recognize that. Gwen, is that in line with what you were going to say?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I have two phones and the one just decided to not work. All of a sudden I was disconnected. So yes, I got the tail end of that. And yes, I reviewed the application because we were a little bit confused. And I think to Dana's point, it was actually an ESD that plans on serving. It was Umatilla Moro, I can't remember the name, ESD, I believe. And then, but they had like multiple sites, and one of their sites was to focus on serving children of the tribe. So it was, but it wasn't the tribe that was applying directly to us. So that's why it was moved.
So there's a total of 43 slots being requested altogether for the total tribal.
Correct. Wait, this is like a working sheet right now. It's officially become a working sheet.
And I just want to, you know, we can share with you the sector plans for where the applications we received from these three tribes came from, you know, kind of the mailing address. But the reason, you know, part of the reason that the tribes are in their own grouping is that they're statewide, that their membership does not necessarily fit within the geographic boundaries of our early learning hubs. And so just wanted to kind of, you know, make that statement that we recognize that. And so we could, you know, share the sector plans with you. But it's really just in alignment with sort of like where they're mailing address, like where they've actually like said this is our kind of location and where that application came from. So.
I'm just super happy. I'm sorry. I just, I'm wondering if because they all three have really high scores and high sector plan alignment scores, and because of the number of slots that are requested, do we have enough information to rank them? And I would be suggesting that we rank them equally as all ones, because I don't see a really large difference in that the information that we have, and they all would seem viable to me. So that's just an idea, a suggestion.
I was going to make the same suggestion.
This is Bobby, and I have a question, not having read the Klamath. So it's clear with the other two programs that they're existing sites and they're adding slots. With that one, it's not an existing. I assume they must be adding slots to something. Somebody who has read that proposal, just tell us what kind, do they have a tribal Head Start program that they'd be adding to, or what is it that they're proposing?
What I could do is I can open up real quick, since it's only three. I could go ahead and open up that part of the application that speaks to their like classroom configuration, and it will give us a little bit of information on what they're planning to do with those 10 slots. Would that be helpful?
And I read it, so I can provide the information too.
So let me.
I just don't know. It helped me to understand what they're proposing.
Yeah, I can. Well, Dana's pulling that up. I'll do my best to remember. It was they currently have an existing early learning center that is serving the children in their community within their tribe, and they are hoping to add these 10 preschool promise slots to offer more opportunities to families. And they hadn't yet been decided whether they were going to have them in sort of a standalone classroom or if they were going to be able to blend them in to their existing classrooms, is what I remember. So yeah, they had some size, I think, limitations.
So what you guys will have on the screen is the actual, what they put on the classroom configuration and what some of their planning is. And it looks like it's going to be a blended. Funding will be braided with CCDF program support to be able to go ahead and offer some of that wraparound services. And I'm literally just summarizing. I'm not reading it verbatim. So you guys can read that, but it talks a little bit about their calendar. And it says CCDF will fund 40% of the salary. So this is where they're blending their preschool promise funding with CCDF.
You know, CCDF is not, unless they have a contract with DHS, nobody can count on ERDC dollars. It's the parent chooses. But so is it different for them? That's my question. Do they have a tribal contract so that because the tribes have different rules. So the tribal CCDF, it's reliable and they can blend.
Yep, it's a Region 10 federal grant fed to tribes. It doesn't go through the state. It's CCDF direct to tribal nations.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other areas of the application you want to see before I X out of it? No? Well, this is actually good because this is what the applications are for. So as you can see, we were able to go real quick to that classroom configurations or any part of the application as we move forward. With the other two tribes that are applying, I do want to echo. So this is their current slots for Preschool Promise. So they're just asking to go ahead and maintain their current slot amount. So just, putting that out there if that's any helpful. Okay.
So I think we have, we have a recommendation. It's not a motion yet, but we have a recommendation that they all get ones. So should we open the floor to discussion about the idea? It's really, we're going to continue the existing ones is my understanding. So it's really a question of focused on the new program at Klamath. Am I understanding our process?
I think that again, to the point of, it'll be the early learning system director's sort of decisions around, moving awards forward and who gets funded. So I think what our role today in the next couple of days is to sort of just provide a priority ranking. And so it's, whether they're current or not, Bobby, I think, it's okay to we can just move them. If the recommendation was to consider them all the same, that's fine. That would be up to the committee. But there doesn't have to be a distinction between current and new applicants. We're hoping the scoring, the scoring helps to, provides those with experience and a pathway too, if they want to continue to receive funding, they can. But you'll see in some of the other hub regions that not all of our current applicants, the scoring is not as, you'll see. So you'll have some tougher decisions there. Sorry, that was a long answer. Sorry.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation to give everybody a 1. Let's have a conversation about that before we ask Robin to do a motion.
I support that plan.
Yes,
I was just saying I support that plan. It seems like that they have all scored relatively equally and have aligned themselves well with the sector plan. I support that.
It sounds like we're ready. Robin, if you're willing to make a motion, it sounds like we're ready, and then we can have discussion of the motion.
I motion to give them all ones, rank them all as a one, and vote on that.
Is there a second?
This is Renee. I second.
Okay. Is there any discussion related to giving them all ones? The motion to give them all ones.
Okay.
I think we're ready to vote, Gwen.
All right, I was just looking at the chat box. It looked like maybe Sarah had to jump off. So we'll see. Is Sarah here? Sarah, if you're here, if you could please vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Renee?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifica Kogan?
Yes.
Robin Dunbar? And I'm not sure, is Carissa Palmer? Hadia Miller?
Yes.
Jill Ramirez?
Yes.
And Bobby Weber?
Yes. So,
thank you.
And there were no negatives, no no's. So the motion passes with one absence. So I think we're ready to move to Blue Mountain.
Alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and move to Blue Mountain. So our Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub covers Morrow, Umatilla, and Union counties here in the state of Oregon. We don't have any preschool promise slots in that hub region, so we're looking for an expansion of 150 to 250 total. The slot requested, we have 367 slots requested. So this is a hub region that the number of slots requested is higher than one we had anticipated for this hub region, which is the 150 to 250. You're going to go ahead and have three different groups here. We're going to go ahead and start with our certified child care centers. We have two. We have Pioneer Relief Nursery and Camille Munoz. Each of them are requesting 18 slots. And the average score for Pioneer is 192 out of 225, with an average of 4.5 on the sector plan, 135 out of 225, and then a 2.8 on that EC sector plan alignment. And then we have a couple certified family child care here in this region. We have Playtime Education, who is in Umatilla County, 176 with a 4.0 on the alignment for sector plan. Jamie's Daycare, we have 8 with that 166 out of 225, a 4.3 alignment on the sector plan. And then we have the Cub House, who's requesting 12 slots. 156 of 225, 3.2 EC sector plan alignment. Then we have our group 3, which is a lot more providers that is combined with Federal Head Start, Public School, Oregon Pre-Kindergarten, and Education Service District. We'll go ahead and start with Eastern Oregon University, and they are requesting for 3 different sites. So it's one applicant with 3 different sites at 83 slots. So their average score of the 225 was 219, and they ended up getting the 5.0 on the ECE sector plan. Eastern Oregon University Head Start is one site and it's 35 slots. And they are in Union County, once again, 213 out of 225 with a 5.0 on that on the sector planning. We have OCDC, Oregon Child Development Coalition. They are actually asking for one site, 40 slots. They're in Umatilla County, 104 out of 225. with a 4.8 on the ECE sector planning. And then we have Umatilla Morrow Head Start. They are requesting for
that was 204, right?
Yes, 204 for OCDC.
You said 104.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. 204.
Okay.
And then we have, well, now I'm a little bit lost here. So we just finished OCDC. Now we have Athena Western School District. They are requesting, let me take a look here. So one site, 18 slots. And they're in Umatilla County, coming at 187 of 225 with a 4.3 on the sector plan. Then we have Umatilla Morrow Head Start, and they are requesting for 3 different sites, a total of 54 slots. They're an Oregon pre-kindergarten program in Umatilla County, and that's a 156 of the 225. Their EC sector planning is a 2.8. And then our last one here is going to be Intermountain Educational Service District. They're actually wanting 10 different sites. So they're wanting to split the 75 slots they're requesting into 10 different sites. So that's normally where you see that blended type of models with their other programming. They are 139 of 225 with a 3.5 on the sector plan alignment. So now we're coming into HUS with a lot more applicants, a lot more groups, a lot more information, a lot more slots. So, you know, I just want to go ahead and echo that as we're going through the process, we'll see how this process goes, right? And just making sure that you get everything that you need. None of these are current providers or current hubs that are applying. Go ahead, Sarah.
I just wanted to make sure that you guys had seen in chat before we continue.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
I have a process question. I assume this is information from the public, and I'm not sure what is the protocol. I mean, I know that there's public comment first thing at the beginning of the meeting. Is there public comment throughout the meeting, or should this wait till tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, is that we did receive some public. I think we progress as forward, and if there needs to be any correction, that we would address that tomorrow. So I agree. We'll make a note.
I'm sorry, to clarify, do you mean if there's correction about the actual numbers in a particular hub, or to correct what exactly?
Yeah, so, and it was, just so you know, and it's just kind of a thank you, Danielle, because I was, it caught me off guard, and I was actually looking up something while we got a comment that there's an error on this form. And so what I'm wondering is, Bobby, as chair, how would you like to proceed? And because it you know, if there's an error on this, that should be corrected, and then should we come back to this and then, you know, move to another and allow the ELD staff to make the correction and then come back when it's corrected? That would be my request, if that's possible, but it will be your committee's decision on that.
I think there's 2 things. One, it would be nice when we start the day to inform the public and remind them. I know they've been told, but golly, there's so much information. Anyway, and remind people that public comment is to come in, and it will be dealt with in the beginning. And then now we know something new, that the applicants can see errors, which seems like a different thing. And maybe the public could tell us we perceive there to be an error or something like that, and then we could adjust the schedule. So the error can be, so it's not just additional information, it's that that somebody believes that we would be acting on incorrect information, and so we would take that at the time it comes in and move that hub down for consideration tomorrow after we can find out if an error was made. Is that, does that keep us true to the process and give us confidence that what we're doing is appropriate? I don't know.
I'm going to go lean into your committee on that. So.
Do we need a motion, or can it just be done?
Good question, Jill. We hadn't started to vote, so we were in the discussion before we even had a motion. So all we're doing is changing the agenda.
Right, and we don't need a motion to change the agenda. Okay.
Right.
So I agree with you completely that we should just move through this one without, or look at this one later tomorrow so that any corrections can be made, and we should continue on our original agenda with the next hub.
And just for a clarification with the chair and the committee, if there is, I know that was like I said, I didn't quite beat the public comment because it was something that I caught when I saw this. So I was trying. So, but if we had been able to inform the committee while in process on this early learning hub as ELD staff, would you be willing to accept a correction in real time as we've been doing? I just want to make sure that that's to just kind of keep things going. That if we catch an error, then yeah.
We've been accepting other error corrections. I mean,
okay. Just want to make sure.
Like,
Yep.
We want to work on
it. Yep. I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you.
So I think it's fine for ELD to make corrections. Anyway, yeah.
So just so I know, so we're moving to the following hub while this opportunity gets corrected. Is that what we're doing? So we move on to Central Oregon, Bobby?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my.
Okay. So now we're coming to Central Oregon here. So this is our early learning hub of Central Oregon. So they're covering 3 different counties. We have Cook, Deschutes, and Jefferson County. So what we can go ahead and do here, you know, because now we got to go ahead and do with our multitasking here. Gwen, do you want to take the committee on this one? And then that allows me to go and take a look at our opportunity with the other hub.
I think if I'm correct, Bobby, that the hub is being postponed till tomorrow, so we can continue forward. Yeah,
Sounds good.
Yep, we will make sure we get it corrected when we're not in a after meeting today.
Got it. I was I'm not sure what Dana needs to do right now. Okay, so great group right now. So we have our early learning hub, our Central Oregon, so as I mentioned, is 3 different counties. So we have Kirk, Deschutes, and Jefferson. No preschool promise in this hub region. We are looking to expand to 150 to 250 slots. There's been a slot requested amount of 287 slots in this region. And as you can see, we have three pretty big groups, right? We are going to go ahead and get started with our certified child care centers. I want to go ahead and ask Bobby, you know, I have been reading each of the applicants we are coming to the hubs that are having more. Do you want me to continue doing that, or do you guys just want to spend some time looking at that, each of the groups?
Why don't you just give us, in case people haven't had time to look at their workbook, give us a few minutes, but not read them all. And so, yeah, I think we can read faster than we can talk.
Okay, sounds great. So we have a total of 6 certified child care centers. They're in this, what we call group 1. And there, as you can see, their slots request, they're all wanting just one site. So they're not looking to go ahead and spend into different sites, but keep in mind this may be different classrooms because many of our applicants are wishing to go ahead and do some blending models with Preschool Promise. The slots range from 4 slots. We have Ben Montessori School, 4 slots up to 54, and that the Sisters Four Squares Church is requesting 54 slots. Yeah, right here now, as we get into a little bit of a bigger group, how I filter some of this information is really off of like the score, and then from top to bottom, and then their EC sector plan alignment. So you'll have, you know, for example, Bolden Rohan Early Childhood Academy, 209 out of 225, and then they came at 5.0 on their sector planning alignment. So this is the data that you're going to go ahead and have. That's how the data has been filtered for you all. In our second group, we have our certified family child care. As I mentioned earlier with this group, we have 2 types of provider types or licensed entities in this area. We have our certified family child care, and then we have a registered family child care in this section. They all range, as we can see, most of them are going to be just one side. These are typically home-based settings in their home. And then we also have, but we do have actually one that it is certified family child care, but they're looking at 3 different sites. So they're looking at 34 slots requested there. Once again, their scores were filtered from top to bottom on the average score, and then the second filter was the ECE sector plan. So great stuff there. Then we move on to our third group, which is going to be, you know, public schools, relief nurseries. We have Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery. There are 3 different sizes, 34 slots. They came at 222 of the 225. Jefferson School District, 181, 405. And then Sister School District 6, 169, 4.3. So as you can see now, we're getting into the larger kind of group sizes within each area. So this is what we have for this county, for our Central Oregon County. What I'll go ahead and do is, well, first take a little breather and see if you have any questions on what you're seeing on this workbook or any opportunities. Go ahead, Robin.
Did I miss if you explained why the one was requesting 0 slots?
I do not, and I think that is something that we probably need to go ahead and follow up with that applicant and verify. So they applied for Preschool Promise, so just identifying that. So Gwen, if we can make note of that and have our grants team, that is a certified family. So we'll need to take a look at that.
That doesn't really make sense to go to all that work. And so I'm wondering if it's an error. I mean, why would you do all that work and ask for no money?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
So would voting, oh, sorry, Sarah here, my apologies. Would we be voting on that 0 or no?
I'll clarify while you're.
We can get that clarified. We still got to go through the sector plan, and while we're doing that, hopefully staff can figure out
So let's go ahead and open up the sector plan. That should be a quick check on that one. So let me take a look here. So South Central. So what we have here, let me go ahead and scroll down. So what they've identified as their prior populations in this region is children, families living in areas of geographic isolation, including experiencing poverty. Go ahead.
This is like Central Oregon. Is it? I mean, it's the wrong county.
Wrong Central. Apologies.
It's South Central, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Here we go. Are we on the right one? Okay, now we're good. So this one, they've identified several priority populations. So we have children at economic disadvantage and experiencing gaps in access to school readiness, services, and supports, where current services are available to less than 50% of the eligible population. So as you can see, they've identified some geographic regions within that. So Sisters, Crook County, Redmond, Bend, Lapine, for families who are at or below the 100% poverty level. And then we have families within the 100 to 200% federal poverty level, which is Crook County, Deschutes, Jefferson counties, and Warm Springs. One of the things is remember Preschool Promise, we go up to the 200% poverty level. So any families at or below the 200%. We have children who are emergent bilingual speakers without access to quality care and education with cultural and linguistic support. So definitely families are looking for that linguistic support in their environment. Then we have children experiencing social complexity and trauma. So any kind of trauma that families may be experiencing. And then we have children experiencing developmental delays and or health complexity. And that's just at the regional level. And then we have children identifying as Native American without access to culturally specific programming, including Native language and Indigenous history supports. As you can see from as far as some of those family preferences, just at a glance, we're seeing healthy meals and or snacks, a clean, comfortable, friendly environment all across town. This have added some special or additional considerations to their sector plan. So they're looking for qualifying, caring staff, providers who are trustworthy, access to programs who are serving siblings and ages, right? Preschool Promise for only for 3 and 4 year olds or until the child is kindergarten eligible. So some of the families there is like where we can go ahead and take a sibling in there. So any questions? It's a kind of a longer sector plan here. Is there any questions on this before I move on to the map?
Yeah, I have a quick question. There was in the sector plan, it says that one of the family preferences is is number of children in program. What does that mean exactly? Are programs overfilled or what's happening there?
And just for clarification, are you referring to the first one?
I'm looking at the sector plan for Early Learning Hub of Central Oregon, and then their family preferences for the Sisters, Crook County, first section geographic region. Item number 3 says number of children in program, and then that's repeated for the next 3 sections or next 4 sections, and I was just wondering what that means.
Yeah, what it looks and how I'm reading that comment for the hub is like once that maybe the ratio of whether it's a small ratio in the classroom. So depending on the amount, Gwen, what do you think on that?
Yeah, hi Danielle. I think that's a great question. it appears that a survey was provided to families that probably have some more detail that, you know, and these were some questions that were asked. So for me to get the specifics on that, I would want to dig into their larger sector plan and see what was intended by that statement. But on a first blush, I agree, it probably has something to do with, you know, ratio and appropriate apples to child, but I don't want to make an assumption based on the information we have in front of us. So I'll see if one of our team members can dig into the sector plan and get a little more specifics on that statement.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Alrighty, so we're gonna move into the map. Just go ahead and bear with me because this is a bigger region here.
Dana, I was just gonna say that it does say on that one that said 0, it looked like she just missed filling in the box with the number on the application. I just went back to it and it's blank. That
yeah,
particular
I can
one.
get some. Yeah,
you're checking.
Bobby, do you want to open up that conversation now, or do we?
Well, why don't we? Let's wait till we. That's helpful.
Okay.
But let's wait till we get through the map and then get into discussion.
Okay.
So here we have for this hub region, so this is Early Learning Hub of Central Oregon. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, and now we're going to go ahead and see a little bit more bubbles in there. So just go ahead and bear with me as we kind of hover. So it looks like we have many of the providers, you know, around that Bend area there. So that's Bend. So all of these ones, as you can see, we have several ones that are really in that Bend area. It looks like there's about 1, 2, 3. So we have about 8, and then we have some in the Redmond area. We have 3 providers here, and then we have 2 in Sisters. So as you can see, it looks like for this hub region, let me go ahead and just zoom out a little bit. Is they're kind of like divided either in you know, in one specific city, there's several providers. I think the only one that would be out here, kind of not very close to the other, is this provider, Mountain Star Prineville, which is in Prineville, Oregon. So,
but there's Jefferson County.
Go ahead.
Jefferson up in Madras, isn't it? Isn't that above there? Isn't that Madras?
I don't know. I can go ahead and check. Yep, that is Madras. And let me go ahead and.
One of the questions I have is that's a very high need area. And so the proposals, it's a 2-county hub, but the proposals are predominantly from Deschutes. And so that, I mean, it's just an observation that there's not much being proposed in Jefferson County.
Let me go back to that to the spreadsheet there so people can see. So yes, most of that most of the applicants came from Deschutes. We have only 3 from Jefferson.
Okay, that's just an observation that such a high need area as Jefferson County, and we only got 3. Okay, now it seems like it'd be a good time to explore what Jill was sharing when you went in and looked at the application, what you found out.
Right, I just looked at the number of slots, all of the general information in the beginning, and it all looked good until she wanted it's one site, and then the slot amount, it just didn't, she just missed it, it looked like.
Yeah, it looked like when I reviewed it, Jill, that she put in her certified family number and instead of a slot request. Renee, did you have?
I'm wondering if this is more of a technical issue. when we were reviewing them, we were only receiving those that were 100% complete. And I'm wondering if this one would fall in that category as maybe one that got missed, that wasn't complete. What's the thought?
Yeah, that's a good question, Renee. Either considered not complete, or I have a feeling because it did have a number, at least when I checked, it did have a number in it that was their, but it was like CF and then their, certified family number. And so I think it probably didn't, the system might not have picked it up at that point. I did read down further into the application, into the classroom configuration. And what it indicated there was that that the facility is licensed for up to 15 children, but then the applicant described a lot of kind of uncertainty about knowing how many children can be served due to COVID-19. So I'm wondering if it was sort of more of an uncertainty around how many children to request because of COVID-19, as opposed, like, I think this would have been one, and it's totally in this group, if there's more information needed, then, making note of that for, in the recommendation moving forward, that this is one that, however you want to handle it in your ranking, but that seems like there's more information needed in order to fully process this request, or before if it were to be offered funding.
Because we missed it as well, or whoever the reviewers were, Four Eyes missed it as well. So it seems like that would have been something. Could you just get more information about this so that we can continue scoring it? So.
Or the other thing is, did she put the number in that she is licensed for? Did she put in 15? So there is the possibility that she wanted to go to all preschool promise slots. I mean, we don't know, right?
It didn't look like
it's unclear, I'd say. And like I said, the language is really around, she's licensed for 15, but due to COVID and stable groups, just sort of some conversation around that kind of unsure on what her actual capacity is.
That's right there.
At the moment. Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I have a process question, there's the question of Renee is raising that this really wasn't complete and shouldn't have been in the mix. That's one possibility. Another is that maybe she thought saying she was open to struggling with COVID was an answer, which you could argue then it was complete, but not clear. And so if we went with the second option, that the application was complete, but not clear, we couldn't vote on it, could we? I mean, so would we just, in the discussion, so we wouldn't rank her, and we would just put in the discussion that this program was not ranked because the information was unclear? I'm trying to figure out our options. That's all I'm trying to do, is what options do we have with this provider?
Right. Yeah, so it's an eligible applicant, so it made it through sort of the eligible applicant, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think what the review committee is determining is this sort of an incomplete or an application that should have been, additional information requested. But here we are today, right? And so mm-hmm. I think, Bobby, that it's a decision for the committee to make as to how they would like to handle it in the ranking. But I don't think it's the decision of the committee to decide if this was an application that should have been scored, or, you know what I mean? Like, because it's made it here, so it's, right? So right. I think it's the decision around how you want to address the ranking of an application that doesn't have all the information you need to make your decision, if that's how you decide.
So I think let's have a discussion of how to treat this application. Basically, we hold it aside, that more is needed, and hold it out of ranking. That's one possibility. The other is leave it in with all the unclarity and see where it falls out in ranking. I don't, does anybody see any other choice than those two? Sarah?
Could we actually find out from the provider how many, just for clarification? Is there a possibility that we're able to do that? Just get that one question in, like, no?
No, we're not. I mean, my understanding of the process is if we identify programs for which more information is needed, we don't stop the process to go back and check in. We note that, okay, did I understand, when this is just based on the training we all received. Did I understand it correctly?
You are correct.
That is correct.
I'm curious how it compares to Sorry.
Pardon, Rob?
I'm curious how it compares to the information we're going to receive from the gentleman that was in the chat room that wanted to correct numbers. And so it feels kind of the same, it feels like the same thing, even though that person isn't on the call to see the mistake. It feels a little bit like the same issue, but and unfortunately I have to jump off. Can I just say one more thing before I jump off, that the Jefferson would be a higher priority for me, not higher than all of them, but because there's so few and that is such a high need. And so if I was going to be ranking them, I would make sure that all three of those probably were held in a higher regard. And I am sorry I have to go, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Thanks, Robin. Okay,
So
I can be making a correction on an error as different than a provider not telling us, not answering the question. So I mean, I know Robin had to go, but she was saying they seem the same. They seem different to me. One is they're saying that ELD made an error in describing what they said. And in the other, the provider wasn't clear about what she wants. Those feel very different to me, but Renee, you had something to say.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, that I see those as two distinct, different things. This region has requested more slots than there are opportunities. And for, you know, the sake of moving forward, my suggestion would be to leave that one out of ranking with a note about this discussion.
The other thought I have is if it turns out that the Eastern Oregon University proposal that ELD did not make an error, but they were unclear, we should treat it the same way we're treating this program, it seems to me. I mean, I think Robin's point is really good, that we need to be consistent. And one of the possibilities we make errors, and we, you know, but that's different than the proposal really wasn't clear and ELD didn't make an error. Is that
so? Yeah, I'd say on the first one, it was an ELD error. The provider spans multiple hub regions, and so I'm not sure if it's, you know, sometimes our system picks up on sort of like the address of where the entity is, not necessarily where their services are. And so I think that that's what we're trying to clarify on that first one, is that it's actually that they're that we made an error on adding a provider into a hub region that should be in a different hub region. And so that's, in a sense, our error. So that's different than someone, you know, I think all of you are trying to decide, like, what is the way to handle this provider where in their application there was an omission of information.
And I go back to asking, what would have I done if I would have been reviewing it for the first time? Would I have gone back to Dana or someone and said, this question needs additional information. And if that's what I would have done, then I feel that the burden may lay on us to make sure that it's either a complete application or not, or it needs extra information, additional information.
My understanding is that was not the responsibility of ELD to go out for more information before they sent it in forward. Am I understanding the process correctly?
So the process is that if any independent reviewer was felt that there was additional information needed for this committee, then they could have made an ask of the ELD to contact the applicant and request additional information, which we would then be presenting to you as part of the materials to this review process.
So what's your response to Jill that if the reviewers made mistakes, it's an ELD error rather than a provider violation?
These are uncharted waters. And so like I said, we've provided you with the information that is in the application. We do not have any additional information at this time. So I think that it would be, sort of the review committee's decision as to how they would want to, handle this situation as part of the ranking.
Okay, we have one proposal on the table that we do not rank this, and we note that more information is needed from the provider. Let's just find out, is that recommendation acceptable, or is there anybody who would prefer us to do something other? And the other would be stop the whole process again, or the second one would be to rank it based on incomplete information. I don't see what other options we would have. We're at this point. So let's answer the first question, because we don't have to go into the second one depending on our answer.
Yeah, and the review committee has, just like the independent reviewers had the option to ask the ELD to, secure additional information prior to, as preparation for this meeting with you. You all have the opportunity to ask for additional information that that you think is necessary for Miriam. Do you know what I mean? So you could indicate that there's, like in the notes, that there is a need for additional information, and then you could handle, however you want to go through with the ranking of the providers here, whether you feel that you won't rank them at this time, or whether you feel that with the request for additional information in that note that you could go ahead and rank. That would be up to the committee's decision.
My understanding, Renee, and so you can confirm that Renee is saying Miriam needs more information. We'll rank without it, but our note is before Miriam makes her decision, she should get more information from the provider. Renee, am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
So I think that's now we need to know if there's agreement to treat it that way. If not, then we'll look at other options. But the option on the floor is to not rank it and to write a note that Miriam needs more information before she makes a decision.
Sounds good to me.
Is there anybody to whom that doesn't sound like the... Oh.
Sorry, just to do clarification, because my 2-year-old kind of screamed during your conversation. So basically with this, we're not going to rank it now, we're going to rank it later, correct? Once we get the information?
We're not going to rank it at all. We're going to send it to Miriam with a note that we didn't have enough information. We recommend that she get more information before she decides on how to proceed with this hub area.
Okay, okay, now I understand. Okay, thank you. I do apologize. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So then I think we're ready to open this. We don't have a motion yet. We're just starting the conversation about how we're going to rank, and we have the one thing on the floor that Jefferson County is an extremely high need area, and that our rankings should take the, I think she said all three of my, so if I understood Robin, all three Jefferson should be considered for funding because of the dearth of programs available in Jefferson County. Am I accurately capturing what Robin said?
That's what I understood.
Okay. All right. So now it's just open to all of us to talk about. Let's start with certified centers.
Okay.
Not or in Jefferson. So let's just start with certified centers and then talk and then move through in the conversation and talk about how we might rank these.
Well, they're all in the same county. So, and I haven't read any of the applications, but it seems like at least the first two scored high or higher. And maybe the top three would be as the Bolden, Rogan, Emilia's Childcare, and Sisters Foursquare Church.
Okay.
Well, it's okay. I mean, the first two seem higher than the rest, but maybe you're saying the difference between 4.5 and 3.8 or 194 and 152 is not really substantial enough to differentiate them.
Having not read them, you know,
it's hard.
Maybe because there's several that I see that have a sector score of 0 point something or 0.0 even, or 1 point something. So maybe just through those scores, you know, it'll get down to the number that they have to work with.
So just for clarification, Dana, so we're just focused right now here, and
right.
Do you want me to go like top to bottom, or just do the first three, like 1, 2, 3, or what would the review committee want me to do?
Going in the ranking of, you know, top three, would that be with removing applicants who are at below a 1.0 in their sector plan alignment? Was that the discussion? I just want to clarify.
Hadia, can you say a bit more? So for the centers, we have one that's a 0.8. It's below 1. So on the sector plan, and they got 100. They did slightly better on their average score, but it wasn't aligned with the sector plan. So what would you recommend that what ranking would you give something that had that low an alignment score?
So this is Danielle, and what I was thinking is that if the average score, no, it's okay, no problem. Like if the average score, let's say, is below 150, and the sector plan alignment is below 1.0, that would take you out of the running altogether. Or if that's too prescriptive or too difficult, that that combination of low scores would put you at the bottom of the category by provider type.
Renee?
My understanding was we wouldn't be eliminating anyone based on low scores. So with that in mind, it looks like we have our suggestions for the first 3 for that group of providers. And I would recommend for the remaining providers in that group to rank by sector plan, and for those having a tie by sector, with the score of the sector plan, and with those having a tie, then go to the average score to break the tie.
Okay. So that would make Active Learning Academy a 4, and make
the Montessori at 5.
Montessori a 5, and the Mia Sprout just 6. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. All right. Is that? I mean, we're not voting yet, but this is open discussion on. Okay. We could put in comments that Danielle's comments will go forward, right? That we have serious concerns about a program that got below 1 on alignment with sector score. Just put it as a comment without eliminating them. We could just say,
sure, that's it.
The committee is pretty concerned about that lower level alignment. Okay. All right. Are we ready to move to a discussion of the home-based programs? They're mainly certified family. We have 1 registered family.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 1 that we're not considering. So it's got an NA by it. So thoughts?
Well, it seems like it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and A5. No, 1, 2, 3, NA, 4, 5. Would that, I mean, based on the.
Okay.
So 1,
1, 2, 3, and then we're going first by the sector score. So Maria Inez Espinoza would be 4,
okay.
and then and then the NA, and then hers.
Oh no, then it'd be the 5 would be
5,
for
the divinity, and then Calyssa's would be the NA.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. I just let me go ahead and just run it through. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Renee.
Robin had to step off, so I just wanted to remind folks of what she stated about Jefferson County really not having enough services there. And so I would suggest that perhaps for rankings 2 and 3, we prioritize the Jefferson programs based on their scores.
So that would make it 1, 2. No. That second one would stay at 2, but the third one would be Maria Inez's piece of, that one would become 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And then the next would become 4. The one, Ben Preschool, yeah, would become 4, and then 5. Does that do it? We've got Jefferson in places 2 and 3 based on that they're Jefferson and their scores.
1 second.
That capture.
Okay, so let me just, because I did a little bit of shifting, I just want to make sure I have it right. So we have Aurora's Preschool 1, Rocking Horse Childcare 2, then we move into Maria Inez Pisa Espinosa 3, then Ben Preschool 4, Divinity's Place 5, and Kalisa Avera NA. Okay.
I would like to add a comment that I think a program that got a score of 9 and a 0 is not likely to be able to provide preschool promise services at a level we would consider acceptable. I mean, that is a 9 and 0 is, I mean, we've ranked it lowest, but I would say I have quite concern about a program that would get that low a score.
Right.
Thank you.
If I can speak, this is Sarah. I kind of actually agree with that as well. Standing over here, I was going to actually state that.
Oh, I should have been quiet longer, Sarah. Okay.
You read my mind.
I guess I just wonder if that's one of those folks who just doesn't have that ability to write and know that, I mean, register family child care folks, that I've been working with would not have that kind of knowledge and experience to compete. And so I don't know. I just, I don't know. I sometimes I struggle with this because we keep saying we want to raise up the quality of care in Oregon, and yet the folks who need the support are the ones who never get the support. So I'm just putting that out there.
I mean, I think that's really important to have that comment in there. Renee and Sarah, both. Renee, I think you were first.
Yeah, this keeps coming up, this tension between scores, acknowledging that these are already existing providers who are providing care for children now, and having the opportunity to receive the supports to raise the quality and or connect them to the infrastructure they would need to write a better proposal, all of that. I'm just wondering if maybe we need to have a committee statement at the end of this that just really acknowledges that we realize we're looking at numbers, and numbers can't really quantify what an early learning program looks like, and that we would expect and trust that before decisions are made that Miriam and ELD staff would be following up to make those decisions that we can't tell just by looking at numbers.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. So we'll move into our third group that we have here with a Male Star Family Relief Nursery. They're requesting 3 sites, 34 slots. Deschutes County, this one scored 222 out of 225 with a 4.8 on that EC sector plan alignment. We also have Jefferson County School District, only 1 site, 36 slots. And that's in Jefferson County, 181 with a 4.5. And then Sister School District, 18 slots, Deschutes County, 169 with a 4.3. So this is our last group for our Central Oregon Hub.
Does someone have a ranking? We could use Robin's criteria again and consider giving Jefferson School District a 1.
That's what I was going to say. And they are offering to provide transportation. So that is pretty important.
Okay.
And 2 and 3, what would you do with 2 and 3?
I would follow the scoring for 2 and 3.
Okay, if nobody has other recommendation, I think we're ready for somebody to make a motion, and then we'll have time for discussion of this ranking.
Okay.
Someone who can make a motion?
I move that we accept this ranking.
Okay, now we're open for discussion. Any of this ranking that you would like to, you don't want to move forward?
Sorry to interrupt, Bobby. This is Kelly, and we do need a second for the motion.
Oh, thank you, Kelly.
I'll second
Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, now discussion. It's okay to have no discussion. We've had plenty. So am I correct in understanding that you want to move forward with a vote on the motion? Okay, so we will be voting on the motion to accept, to make our recommendation reflect the rankings that we see in front of us. And Gwen, will you call the roll?
You are muted, Gwen.
That's always helpful. Thank you. Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
All right. Renee Brandon?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan?
Yes.
And Robin Hill Dunbar, we know is not here. And I'm just checking, is Carissa Palmer here? I'm not sure if she's joining us here. Okay. Hadia Miller?
Yes.
Jill Ramirez?
Yes.
And Bobby Weber?
Yes. So we have 2 absent, and the rest are yeses, no nos.
Bobby, I'm here. This is Carissa, and mine is a yes.
Great, Carissa, sorry.
It's okay.
You're not absent. Yay. Okay, so Carissa, get a yes or a no?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
At this point, committee, I just want to point out that it's 2:15, but you also only have 1 hub left to go. So I don't know if you'd like to do a break for the afternoon or if you'd like to just wrap up and finish that last hub. I'll leave it up to you.
Wrap up and finish the last one.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm good with the whole wrapping it up and finishing the last one and doing a whole break later.
Already.
Yeah, it was just a question that was presented by a committee member during the discussion on the last hub around regarding the sector plan and some of the family preferences. And so I was able to respond to the committee member through chat, but I just wanted to let the other committee wanted to let you know we looked up in the sector plan, and it was difficult to tell from the narrative in the extended version, sort of the alignment with the language, but with the sector plan for the hub that you just worked on, it really focused on family preferences around consistency of care across age groups. So for siblings having the same hours of service, and then also family kind of variation in models to accommodate different work schedules, and also quality. So there was a few different factors there that I think contributed to maybe, but it was kind of maybe unclear. So I just wanted to let you know, I didn't want to leave that out there hanging if it was a question from a committee member in our notes.
Just so that I don't forget it, I think something very important, Adia and Renee have said it the most clearly, that the committee consider making a statement about readiness and support for providers who may lack the experience or expertise to compete well in a written proposal. So I don't know, that my request is, if somebody, we won't have to do it till Friday, but if somebody could draft words that captured what you're saying, and then we could vote on it on Friday, and it could go forward with our recommendations. That, I mean, I agree, it just keeps coming up. So it seems like it's a very important thing to this committee, or idea or concern or whatever word we should be using, or recommendation coming from this committee. And so I'm hoping, I'll keep a note and put it on Friday's agenda, but, or Dana, if you could put it on Friday's agenda. But I think it'd be wonderful if we, since this is so important to us, if somebody could come up with language that communicated what we keep saying. Okay. Dana, here we go on rivers.
Well, I think, you know, just taking a moment of pause. I think with this stuff, you know, we're big groups, more providers and stuff. So I definitely think, you know, I'm just kind of learning about, you know, how as we move into the other hubs are going to be big. I think we're developing a really nice process on just ensuring that you have everything that you need. So I think that was a really good hub to go ahead and take a look into, and I appreciate all of your feedback. We're going to go into Four Rivers Early Learning Hub. They cover several counties. They cover Gilliam, Hood River, Sherman, Wasco, and Wheeler. This is not a current preschool promise hub, so we're looking to go ahead and expand services to 75 to 150 slots. There is a total of 238 requested slots. So
Dana?
a lot more interest there. I'm sorry, did someone say that?
Yeah, this is Kelly. It looks like your screen is on Central Oregon still.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me unpause my screen share. How's that? Is that good?
Much better, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So anywho, so going back to Four Rivers, four different, actually several different, five different county regions: Gilliam, Hood River, Sherman, Wasco, and Wheeler. Not a current preschool promise hub, so we're looking to expand, like I mentioned, 75 to 150 slots. In this area, we do have 238 slots that are being requested, and it varies. We have Gilliam, 4 slots, Hood River, 4 slots, Wasco, 212, and Wheeler at 18. So what you're going to go ahead and see is we have 2 different groups here. We have registered certified family in our first group, and I'll just go ahead and debrief you all on this one. So on this one, their maximum amount of points is 225. We have reached for the STARS Discovery School. They're requesting 8 slots, and they are a registered family child care. They score 177 out of 225 with a 3.0 alignment on the sector plan. We have Playful Learning, 6 slots, certified family, 170 at 4.8 on the sector planning. Then we have Loomis Daycare, 4 slots, registered family, 118 at 3.0. And then we have Gloria Avila, 4 slots, registered family in Hood River within 108 and 3.0. So at this point, and then we have the other providers, so I wasn't sure if we were going to do one group at a time. And then in the other group, we're going to go ahead and find OCDC, so Oregon Child Development Coalition. They are requesting for 1 site at 20. Their average is 206 with a 5.0 alignment on the sector plan. North Central Education Service District, they're actually requesting 3 sites with 18 slots. So looks like it will be a blended model there. They came at a 204 with a 4.5 sector plan. Mid-Columbia Children's Council, they're requesting for 6 slots. They're actually requesting 107 preschool promise slots. 183 was their overall score with a 4.0 on the sector plan. And then we have the Columbia Gorge ESD. They're wanting 4 sites, 67 slots, 182 at 3.3. And then we have that Umatilla Memorial Head Start, and that one is 4 slots for that area, and they are in Gilliam County, 170 at 3.0. So this, as you can see, we have 2 groups, pretty distinct groups. We have our registered and certified family in one, and they vary between 4 to 8 slots. I'll go ahead and open up that the sector plan for this hub region. So some of the prior populations they've identified, we have families who identify as Hispanic or Latinx. More specifically, families who identify as Latinx and are enrolled in EI-ECSE. Families with infants and toddlers. Families living at or below the 200% federal poverty level. And then families with children enrolled, as I mentioned, EI-ECSE, more specifically in the Tri-County region is what they put here. And then families who identify as Native American in the Wasco County area. So as you can do, a pretty robust plan here. Yes, in looking at the family preferences, center base comes up as one of the preferences, full day. So they're looking at full day services. So yes, without going into too much detail in each of them, I'll go ahead and just pause maybe at the tops if you want to go ahead and read it a little bit. But there's definitely a lot of full day trusted staff, developmentally and age appropriate activities. Some considerations, additional considerations. We have program affordability, program able to accommodate parent work schedules, regular communications with family and families with infants, also prioritize staff. So definitely, this is what we see in 4 Rivers ECC. Any questions on the sector plan? I know that was like a lot of information that I just covered in like a minute. So.
I'd like to make one comment from my years of talking and listening to parents. Type of care is not something that is really clear in their minds. And so they often talk about a home-based program, especially a certified one that has, 15, 16 children as a center. And they would tell you that they had their child in a center. So I'm not sure what to do with this statement that they prefer center-based. I don't know how to combine that with my own experience with families. That type of care is not a term that is very consistently used, or so they worry. What I hear in all this research we do is they want more than one person present to avoid child abuse. They want a support for learning that they equate with a center. Anyway, so I don't know what to do with this when it comes to trying to interpret this. I'm not there in this hub, and so I can't know what was really said in the conversation, but I just have this concern that we would interpret this more literally than the parents were communicating. Anyway. So I didn't mean to stop us, Dana. I just
I wasn't sure. I thought we were still discussing. Okay. So sorry. So let's go ahead and take a look at that at the map. Do we move forward with the map, or do we want to still discuss? Yep. So let's go ahead and go to the other.
And do I remember correctly that Sherman only has like 75 preschoolers? So the reason Sherman isn't showing up as being proposed is because of the very small number of children there. I mean, I'm struck that there's no proposal. It's from the other 4 counties, but none from Sherman. And is it accurate that that's a population issue?
This is Gwen. I do think that that's, you're probably on the right path there, Bobby. And what I could do is, we do have active Head Start programming and also some OPK. There's some overlap of services there with an OPK program and also a federally funded Head Start. So with the small number of children that are actually in these communities, it could be that, there are services, and it could be also that, there could be a need for potentially some additional services, but it could be that there weren't providers that were interested in applying, or, so it could be a combination of factors, but I think probably your population density is probably accurate.
Alrighty, so what we have here is our Four Rivers Early Learning Hub. So as you can see, pretty big area here. We have some providers, very separate from each other here. So we have this one is in Mitchell, and they're requesting 4 slots, and then we move on to another one requesting Fossil Preschool right here in Fossil City. Go ahead and take a look here. So if you just kind of keep your attention here at this highlighted, fluorescent blue light, this kind of shows you where they're all spread up and where they are. And then we have a couple of clusters right here in this area. Let me go ahead and zoom in on that area so you can see, because I'm kind of zoomed out. So let me go ahead and take a look here. Let's see what it tells us on what's the proximity between these providers. So there you go. So it looked like a cluster from far away, but there's still some distance within those providers right there. So we have this one here in Celilo, excuse my enunciation there. And then we have the Dells. So it looks like we have 3 in the Dells in that cluster right there. If we go up here to Hood River, we have 3 other ones here close by. In the Hood River Hood River City. Let me go ahead and just zoom out, that way you can see. So, you know, with the map, sometimes it shows them that they're like really close by, but it's because we're trying to see the entire hub region there. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to our worksheet, our workbook here with your summaries. So like I said, we have two different groups. In one of the groups, we have our registered family, certified family, and then our other entities. How I filtered the information, you know, once again, it was by the average score, and then, you know, the EC sector planning. So we can go ahead and start with group one, you know, just based on what you've seen. And if we need to go ahead and open up any applications, let me know.
So we're open for discussion, not on a motion, but on coming to a ranking that would then move forward.
Looks like Renee has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Renee. I was so busy.
I know, it's all blending together. This is the first one where it was difficult because on this summary page, we see the counties, and on their sector plan, they really called out a lot of cities. And so you pulling up the map, Dana, was helpful to show that there was 3 in the Dalles and 3 in Hood River. I think that I would need to know who those are to help me to kind of sort out what the ranking was. Otherwise, I would be just doing the number ranking as it's presented and we'd be done. So I'm guessing it's a little more nuanced than that.
Dana, you're talking, but we can't hear you.
There we go, right here. So in Hood River, so the first one that we have here is they're requesting 17 slots. So let me go, so my apologies, I need to go ahead and go back and forth with this data. So let me take a look here, make sure I'm looking at the right one. So Hood River, oh, but see, this is that, take a look. Because we have, because see what is showing us is the name of the site. So I think we need to go ahead and just toggle between, so this one is in Hood River, so 18 slots. That would be, take a look here. Yeah, that doesn't quite match there. Gwen, I hate to pause here. Do we know from our data team what was the address that was used to go ahead and determine that?
For which site, Dana? Which one are you?
I'm in Four Rivers.
Yep.
Right?
And
so
what are you trying? Yeah.
So this one right here, we're trying to identify which provider is this. So that's Yo-Yo's childcare support.
Yeah.
That's one. So we want to write it down so that we don't go back and forth. The other one, it just says Main Street, but it's because it's given us the name of the site, not the applicant. So this is one.
In Hood River, there is a May Street Elementary School. So I'm wondering if we go back, we might be able to connect that to the Hood River School District. There's a May Street Elementary School there. Nope. Okay.
I don't see anybody with the name that was on that first one you looked at with 18 slots.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a little. Think we
let's look at that.
Yeah, because one of the things is like we have these entities right here, right? The larger entities, and they themselves may say, like, for example, that one, 3, that they're going to have 3 sites within that region. So that one may be in Hood River. Does that make sense? Is that so I think that's going to be the opportunity, is that when we're looking at the map, we're looking at that entity, like where that entity is. But like, for example, like for this ones that are applying for 107 sites, they're probably going to go ahead and spread around. So
So are you saying ignore the county because it doesn't tell us anything about where the slots are?
Yeah, because this one.
Dana?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I think with our data team, like I think it's important to find out, like for some of the larger entities that are asking for 100 and some sites, I would assume that they were just using the address of the entity itself, not every single address of the site, correct?
Site. Anthony indicated site in the chat box.
Mm-hmm.
So it should line up. So one of the ways that we could look at this, Dana, if we're concerned here, is we could pull up some of those larger applications, and they do have the sites listed right at the top of the application. And so that might be a good way to toggle it to get right in there, see what they're doing.
Let's go ahead and pull up that, maybe the biggest one was 286, so just bear with me here. So this is their application, so I'm going to go ahead and scroll down slowly here. There's their listing agency. So they're applying for 6 sites. Site number 1, they're calling it Petersburg 1. That's located in the Dalles. So if someone can go ahead and make note of that, that would be really helpful. And on that site specific, they wanted you 18 slots. Site number, let me take a look here. So then we go into site number 2. They're calling it Petersburg 2. And that one is in the Dalles. And they're wanting 18 sites in that location from that site. Site number 3 is May Street. That's in Hood River. And they're planning on doing 17 slots in that area. Then we have, skip one. I think I may have skipped one, so just bear with me here. Well, then we have site number 4, which is West Side 1, Hood River, 18 slots. And then site number 5, West Side 2, Hood River, 18. And site 6, Cascade Locks. And that's in Cascade Locks City, is what they're mentioning here, and that's 18 slots. So
that's in Hood River County. They're serving 2 counties. Is that, am I correct?
You are correct. Yep, the Dalles locations are, so 36 slots in the Dalles, and then the remaining slots are in Hood River, and the May Street site is in downtown Hood River. West Side is a little bit up the valley, very agricultural area up there, and then Cascade Locks is heading west on the 84 towards Portland. Renee?
I'm still not clear on who the applicants are when I'm looking at the summary page, because none of those entities are listed. Did I miss something? West Side, Petersburg, Main Street, none of those things are on the summary.
That's thank you, Renee. The applicant for that, for those 6 sites, is Mid-Columbia Children's Council.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the applicant, and then they're requesting for 6 different sites. I can go ahead and pull up the next one that requested a lot of, 4 sites, just for clarity, and that will be Columbia Gorge ESD. Do we want to do that just so we know where all of their sites located?
Well, I'm sorry. Too is we really can't tell by looking at the county in which the applicant is located. We can't tell where the children are being served. Is that? I mean, and that's okay. I mean, but is that the question we're raising? Is it geographic distribution that we're concerned about? I just want to know why we're looking.
That was my question. I think I led us down the rabbit trail because my issue is I can't blend the summary with the sector plan because one is focused on county, the other is calling out specific regions, and I'm not familiar enough with that geographic region to be able to apply any of that to the ranking.
So would it help if Dana keeps, I mean, is this true of the home-based programs, or is it only true of the larger programs? I mean, all we know about the home-based is that one of them's in Hood River and the 3 are somewhere in Wasco County. And can we assume that they really are in Wasco County? That they're not?
Yeah. This is, to offer clarification, it's like if it's only one site, then that's the county, because they're not saying that they're going to be splitting up. I think where it comes an opportunity, which I just made a note, is I think as we move forward into the process, is that add a little bit more information to these workbooks and saying, okay, it's 107 sites, but it's going to be divided into these different counties, and maybe that will go ahead and like provide for the future, not like right now. Right now we can pull it up, but for our first group is one site, that's the county that they will be serving in. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, and Dana, I think for most of the sites, if it's a singular site, I think the mapping can really help pinpoint where they are in the county. You can see, really even to the zip code, kind of like where are they, so that can help. I think what we were struggling with is it didn't, like some of the sites that might have been, the map wasn't necessarily, Dana, right, giving you the information you needed to pinpoint them, and so we needed to go to the application body. Because for some reason, we were hoping the map would be able to do that, but for some reason in this hub region, it didn't seem to be separating them out as well as we'd like to.
So if I could just maybe look at that first grouping again. And so my concern is, of the 4, there's 3 from Wasco, and what is that last one? One from, is it Hood River? Hood River. So if I just ranked them by number, because I know nothing about how Hood River is represented in the sector plan, because they really called out specific communities, I could inadvertently cause harm to the children in Hood River because I can't make sense of the sector plan when I look at this summary. That's my issue.
Dana, can you pull up the sector plan?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that one that's in Hood River might be in a very high need area, higher need than the Dalles and Wasco County. I don't know.
So if you want, I do have local knowledge. I used to live in this area, so I could help source this for you if you want. Okay, I can try. So if we look at the first group of priorities, so Chenoweth and Colonel Wright, those are school districts. Oh, can you go back to that sector plan? Sorry, I think I was trying to look at the sector plan and connect to county. So Chenoweth and Colonel Wright, those are in the Dalles, so in Wasco County. Mid-Valley, Dry Hollow, Parkdale, May Street, West Side are all in the Hood River Valley. May Street is in downtown Hood River, with the others kind of spreading up through the valley into kind of the more rural communities, and where there are a higher percentage of population of families who work in agriculture, and a high percentage of families with Hispanic or Latinx heritage. And then the Mosier is a community that's right in between the Dalles and Hood River. It's sort of a small community that's sort of isolated from services just because of its location. But Hood River and the Dalles both within 18 to 20 miles. Then if we were to head down to, I'm trying to think, down to, if we're looking at families living below 200% FPL, I think we've already, again, they're calling out here the schools primarily sort of in the Dalles Central, like Central Dalles, and then throughout the valley in Hood River. And then families with children enrolled in EI ECSE. These are really Arlington, Condon, Mitchell, Fossil, and Spray. These are all in the really sort of heading south of Wasco, of the Dalles into Gillum and Sherman County. And in Wheeler counties, let's see. So those are going to be really very rural and spread out there. Let's see, I think, and Solilo Village is right in, the tribal members are throughout the area on both sides, Washington and Oregon, yet there is a village that is really close to the Dalles. I hope that helps some.
So unfortunately, I'm more visual than auditory. So,
yeah,
so
me too.
Could you?
Yeah, so if we go to the map, I can help.
Could you give me more of a understanding between Wasco and Hood River, what the demographics look like there? Are there disparities that are in one and not so much in the other?
Oh boy, I would not necessarily, like I said, I wish that we had some more information from their sector plan. I'd say both communities are have a high population of families who work in are seasonal or migratory agricultural work there in those communities. I'd say Hood River has been in the last 20 years sort of developed in its downtown area much more affluency and a higher socioeconomic status due to some of the economy and the tourism that is in that area. Cascade Locks tends to be a community that's sort of separated from resources. Most of the resources or families need to travel to the Hood River area or head west towards, Portland to receive services. I know they've been really developing services there, but it's still sort of, there's resource kind of desert, and then in the Dalles, like I said, it's there seems to be a higher socioeconomic in Hood River as compared to the Dalles, but the Dalles is definitely growing. There are some major industries in the Dalles with Google and some hospitals there, so there's a mix there. But I think a wide range of income levels in that community as well.
I just want to
say that Hood River, although there's a core of wealthy surfers or whatever they're called, the wind people, there are also a lot of Hispanics and very low income. That's my understanding of Hood River, is it's one of those really wide income inequality communities.
Right.
So to think that you wouldn't help around Hood River because wealthy people live there, I don't think matches the experience. In fact, I think there's plenty of children in the community who qualify for the services of Preschool Promise.
Right. And I think that, like, with the Dalles in that area, it's a very unique, even migrant area for migrant workers, because the season is so short, and there may be like 300 workers that are required to go there, and the season is over maybe in 3 weeks, cherries. And so those kinds of things, they have high needs for those families in a really short period of time. And some stay, but it's one of those communities that's really difficult to provide services for.
And I think that's kind of some of the everything you have all just shared is some of the nuances that I would have no way of knowing. And so looking at that first group of providers, it seems like we need to consider some of that when looking at 3 Wasco providers and 1 Hood River provider, even though the scores could easily just lead us to ranking 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm not sure what to do with that necessarily, but it feels like it needed to be called out and addressed.
And I don't know if you could surmise that families are maybe more experienced with center-based care because, I mean, we're seeing the larger OCDC and the Mid-Columbia, you know, some of those larger programs offering those kinds of services. So they think that equals safety or that equals education. I don't know what it is that they may be thinking, but maybe that is some of the reason behind that, because the smaller programs haven't sprung up yet very much. And so I don't know, maybe that's what's guiding them or driving them. And I don't know.
I don't think we have information to say, like Jefferson County and what Robin was sharing, I think it's pretty widely accepted that the need in Jefferson is really high. And I don't think we have that kind of clarity for Wasco, Hood River, Gilliam, and Wheeler. And we don't have any applications for Wheeler or Gilliam in the home-based. So I don't know what to do with it, Renee. I mean, if you've got an, but in terms of need, I'm just not aware of the dramatic kind of need difference that we find with Jefferson, and that made us prioritize Jefferson.
Right, and that's what I was trying to seek to see if there was anything that might emerge. And if there isn't, then I think we are probably best served to stick to the scores, but perhaps make a note that only 1 provider emerged from Hood River, and we think that that needed to be called out, but we aren't necessarily sure what to do with that. It didn't really guide our ranking, but we wanted to make sure there was a note of it.
Yeah, and I'd noticed that there was nothing from Wheeler and Gilliam, make me wonder what's going on. I mean, I know they're low population, but we're talking about home-based providers, which is really usually the solution in a low population community. So I don't know. Yeah, they didn't apply, so we can't talk about them. But if in terms of ELD concerns, I think we should be curious about Gilliam and Wheeler, and getting no home-based providers from them. So anyway.
Bobby, are you saying that we don't have any applications from Wheeler or Gilliam? Because I'm seeing
home-based.
Oh,
we don't have any
okay. My apologies. I heard you wrong.
Yeah, we just don't have home-based from them.
Yes.
So you want, Jill, are you saying 1, 2, 3, 4? I would put, how about Playful Learning got a 4.8 on sector plan.
Right.
It seemed that out to me that maybe they should be 1. Because their other score is almost identical.
Right. I would say that would be the first one. Playful Learning 1. Reach for the Stars 2. Lumi's Daycare 3. And Gloria Avila 4.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on to, it's even more confusing, geography, because they're really all over.
They are going to be all over.
Yeah, so
what's requested?
And we don't have to worry about number of slots because ELD is going to worry about that. We just have to worry about how to rank them based on their average score, the sector plan. I mean, in hoping that that piece we can't do because we don't know geography well enough to make the match between where they're putting programs and where they identified need, that the sector score plan is somehow capturing that. I mean,
it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 based on the sector plan alignment. But if we want to consider Gillum up because there's no other program there, then that might be a consideration.
We could also look at the ones that are saying that they would provide transportation. If we wanted to dig a little deeper.
Right. Just makes it more confusing, Renee.
And I can tell you that the Umatilla-Moro Head Start application, they're only requesting 4 slots. This is to add preschool promise slots into existing Head Start programming in these very rural communities. So it's just be able to serve some of those children that don't have an opportunity for publicly funded programming but still use the services. And since Head Start's already there, this allows them to serve children, over that wouldn't qualify, wouldn't be income eligible for Head Start, but would in the preschool promise.
Even when I look at this and I factor in transportation, I don't think it would change my ranking. I think I would still stick to the order that's presented with the scores.
And just for clarification here, so we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, like all the way down, or am I starting with Gilliam at 1 because there's only one provider? I apologize. I just need some clarity.
For my part, I'm not sure how I would go because I kind of feel like that's the conversation we had earlier, that nothing's really jumping out that would say that we should prioritize one county over another.
Right. Gwen, I wanted to know if you could just elaborate a little bit more on those combined programs. So there were Head Start slots that were going to be combined with public.
Yeah, so I think Dana's bringing it up, and like I said, I've read a lot of applications, so it's always good to pull up the application. But I believe that this is actually, could be a combination of North Central ESD, Umatilla-Moro Head Start, and Preschool Promise, potentially new Preschool Promise funding to serve children in Gilliam County. And I can't remember the location of the site, if it was Condon or Fossil. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head.
So I'm pulling this up, which, it has a little bit more information on the facility capacity. So these are just different entities that kind of come together to go ahead and provide that what we will call a blended model, where different entities come together. And one, they're looking at a preschool promise to be one of them, but they're very specific. I'll just go ahead and read it. It says, in this hub region, we are applying for 4 preschool promise slots and are very fortunate that this will be housed in our existing community with our existing community partner in Condon Childcare, and it will be housed in their existing licensed classroom location. I'm just summarizing here. So this is, it looks like they already are, they hope to go ahead and serve 18 children, and 4 of those will be preschool promise. So it's a blended model is what we're looking at. And I would just go ahead and echo like what Gwen said is they're looking at preschool promise to be able to go up to the 200% poverty level, because in these regions it may be only a couple families that they need. One thing just to go ahead and keep in mind, and even just going back into that as we were talking about Hood River and the different nuances and everything, is that we don't know what the current COVID-19 situation is going to do to the poverty levels, right? So that is definitely going to go ahead and take an impact on, you know, families who are up there. We don't know if they lost their jobs or doing this. So I think just that's the other side of it, even on the current data that we have on some of those like poverty levels and demographics of, you know, if we have a lot of high-end people, we just don't know, even like for businesses, how that's going to play an impact. So that I share that there. But this is what they're planning to do, is really just 4 preschool promise slots to be part of their blended model that they have in this region.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, Renee, is would you move Gilliam up despite its scores to a higher level, because this is the only preschool promise applicant that's going to serve? It's Wheeler, isn't it? I'm so bad at geography. I think Condon's in Wheeler. Is that right? Yeah, anyway. It's not Wasco and Hood River.
Maybe.
Oh, Gilliam. Yep, the county. It's not that Condon's a city in Gilliam County. That's it.
Yes.
We don't have any other proposals for Gilliam. I think that's the question you're raising.
Right.
And so the question is to increase its ranking so that something went to Gilliam.
Right, because Wasco seems to be all over the board for this particular region. So I think it's something to consider.
So what number would you give it?
For me personally, I think I would move it up 1. Because I think the scores do, not to number 1, but I think I would move it up above the one that's currently above it, because I think that scores really are the best information we have. But given this conversation, it might be worth elevating it 1 ranking. That's just my thoughts. I would love to hear others.
So, I mean, all we need is to get something on the board so we can have a motion and a discussion. So, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then
4.
And that would become
5,
and then that's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Is somebody wanting to put this in a motion? Oh, Sherman County here, 12. Okay. That's good. We can have discussion, but first we need a motion and a second.
I move that we accept the ranking as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We've moved and seconded, so we're ready for discussion on this ranking. And anybody has relevant or anything to say about especially any concerns about the proposed ranking?
Sort of 6 of one and half a dozen of another. You know, you have, like, with the Columbia Gorge GSD, they talk a lot in their proposal about dual language programs for several of their four sites, I think. And so that's something that, with, you know, the community that I serve, you know, speaks to me. But I'm happy with, I think this is a good proposal, a good recommendation as well. So that would be my only concern, that program specifically is geared towards dual language. So.
Enough that you would recommend we switch the ranking?
No, just wanted to put it out there in case anybody else wanted to weigh in on it. I'm fine.
It's hard. It's really
From
hard.
a parent standpoint and speaking to other parents, having that dual language in the classroom, it's favorable amongst a lot of parents out there, especially at a younger age, because them succeeding with that dual language, they'll succeed more down the road in their future, because more job opportunities will open up, but that's when they get older. I'm just saying that's why a lot of parents will say, hey, here's dual language, I like that.
So Sarah, would you change the ranking? Would you make the ESD number 4 and Gilliam, the Head Start program serving Gilliam, number 5? I mean, I think that's the issue we're trying to figure out. Dual language versus an unserved county.
No, I think I'll keep it the same way.
Okay.
Because unserved, yeah,
Okay.
I like to do that. Thanks.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments before we move to a vote? Okay, Gwen, I think if you want to call the question on, we're voting to accept the ranking as presented in front of us on the worksheet.
Sarah Bartlett?
Yes.
Renee Brandon?
Yes.
Danielle Pacifico Kogan?
Yes.
And I think Robin Hill Dunbar is not here, but just wanted to make sure in case I missed her coming back on. Carissa Palmer?
Yes.
Adia Miller?
Yes.
Jill Ramirez? Jill Ramirez?
Yep.
Okay.
Jill, you must be muted.
I was. Yes. Sorry.
Bobby Weber?
Yes. Okay, so we have ayes and no nos. So we were sending the recommendation for Four Rivers forward. Just a thought that came to. This is the second time we've seen Umatilla Morrow proposal not very highly ranked, and we think of, I think I'll speak for myself, as home-based providers, as the people who are in need of that technical assistance and support to write good proposals. But this this points out that it could be broader than just the home-based. For some reason, they're struggling, or it appears from this process, it appears that they're struggling in getting their ideas into clear communication. So anyway, so Dana, I think it moves to, right?
I think we are done for today. Yay. So lots of learning. Thank you all. Definitely as we're going through the process, I'm capturing, right? Because we're going to go ahead and start digging into our bigger, hub regions with lots of applicants. So I think definitely everything that we've gone through today, Dana's going to reflect and, think about like the process of like tomorrow and how to present the information and some of the opportunities. We appreciate, your grace and just allowing us to go ahead and go back and listen to that hub and say, okay, let's go ahead and take a look and see what's the opportunity there so we can go ahead and pinpoint that. So I really do appreciate it. As you all can imagine, we have a big pool of applicants and we're trying to present it to you in the most clear and concise way as possible. So the goal will be is that later on this evening, you'll go ahead and get the workbooks for tomorrow that we'll be embarking on. So, and we'll go ahead and use the same process. One thing to go ahead and point to you all in the public here is that we are doing as we're doing this ranking, we're collaborating, we're ranking, part of our preschool promise RFAs that our providers are in good standing with federal, state, and all requirements out there. So there is also going to be a compliance check, and simultaneously as this process is going through, there is also that check through, just checks and balances on that good standing approach there. But you all will be receiving the workbooks for tomorrow. You have the links to the application, so you can go ahead and do that. If you have any other feedback or thoughts, feel free to email them to Gwen and I. We'll be happy to go ahead and address. As we're looking into tomorrow, we'll go ahead and just stake it out there. Some of the pieces we may not have to cover because we already covered it today, but some of those grounding information we'll go ahead and come back and revisit. But thank you all. I don't have anything else on my end, but just lots of gratitude and appreciation for all of you to be part of this process. It's exciting. So thank you.
I did have a question. Do we know the agenda for Friday? Do you know who we're going to be, or did we get that, or did I overlook it, or?
Yes, we had to make
I have it right here.
Yeah,
if you want me to share it.
Yeah, we can pull it up on Monday. Friday. We'll be covering several different hubs, including our fiscal agent. Because then we'll be diving in a little bit more into the fiscal agent. That is a different grant with our preschool promise, different application opportunity there. So we'll be diving into that. So we didn't cover a lot of that fiscal agent today. We'll go ahead and do that on Friday. They want to overload you with a lot of stuff.
And is tomorrow the same schedule, 9 to 3?
Yes.
Tomorrow's 9 to 7.
Technically,
it's
a little bit
here.
Yeah.
Let me double check, Danielle. Hang on one second. Let me pull that up. Dana, do you want to, it might be good, do you want to just, or I can find it. I was just going to say to show them where we can, sure, let's see. I am going to our website. Okay, so our agendas are tucked into the Early Learning Council tab under meeting calendar, and Dana finds it a different way than I do. This is, so you're getting my old school way. And so there's a calendar. And so today we had 2 meetings, the Equity Fund and ours, but it's just us for the next 2 days. So you can always click on the dot, and then the materials will be posted here with our agenda for tomorrow. And we do have it till 4 tomorrow. Hopefully we won't need that time. We just weren't sure with the larger hubs. And we do have the one hub that we need to go back to that will add into the agenda.
And then, Gwen, while we're here on the website, can you go back to today's meeting and maybe just go over the folders that have all the different materials? I think that will be really helpful, but I don't think it's on this meeting yet. It's on the other one. Going back to that link that our friend Anthony shared this morning, that is the same link that we'll be using for the next couple of days, which has all of the information as far as like that. Let me go ahead and bring it up here. It's going to go ahead and have the first Preschool Promise presentation material. So a lot of the documents that I'm toggling back and forth here, you know, like your sector plan, your agendas for the next 2 days, summaries, and so on. You're going to go ahead and find that here. And if you go back to the, like, out of this folder, then that's where you can go ahead and check the Preschool Promise provider application. So as you dive in, each of them are separated by hub, and you're able, each of the applicants has its own little packet that includes the application along with the scores too. So I'm giving you pretty like broad, you know, average scores, all of that, but this is where you can actually, you know, look at their application, how they answer, and then do that. You can see the reviewer scores, score sheets, not just that the actual stuff. But
got into that.
So this is where it shows you like the reviewer 1, reviewer 2. So if you wanted a little bit more in depth, and as I said, like during this meeting, like my goal is to provide you with as much information. I think we have some opportunities today that we're learning from, and as far as how we ease and smooth the process out. But each of the applicants has their own folder, so you can tap in. If the applicant had 3 reviews, then you're going to see 3 different scoring sheets, so reviewer 1, 2, and 3. So it does allow you to see that. And just for those who needed their reviewers, their review, then Gwen and I, like I mentioned this morning, we were the ones that came in and tackled that task. And if you go back one more, you have a folder specific is for the fiscal agent. So if you want to kind of dive into that, but we won't be covering the fiscal agent until Friday.
Okay.
Okay. So
Just wanted to read a little bit. Okay.
So the one comment I have is thank the public who are taking much time to make sure that Preschool Promises is just good as it can be, and to remind you that we're really open to public comment, and you just email to Gwen. Is that correct?
It actually goes to Angela Stinson. And
oh, no, okay.
I could have showed. Yep. So it's angela.stinson@ode.state.or.us, and that is also on the website where we showed you the calendar. If the public was looking, there's a link right there to right before you get into any of our documents. You can just email Angela directly, and then she checks that and informs us every day if we have public testimony.
Thank you to all the committee members. I think this is for me a very positive experience to get to know you and work with you. So, see everybody in the morning. Right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.